Our story begins with a legend. In the distant past, Hyrule was at peace. A people known as the Sheikah had developed technology so advanced that it was praised as the power of the gods, and with it, civilization thrived. Monsters feared to tread in a land under their protection. But the kingdom was cursed by a more sinister evil, the Calamity Ganon. This appears to be what has become of Ganondorf. Far from the prideful, Machiavellian ruler almost forgotten by history, the Calamity is monstrous, closer to a force of nature like an earthquake than a person. Throughout history it has appeared time and time again, always repelled by a princess who carries the blood of the goddess and a warrior wielding the soul of a hero. The ancient Sheikah were aware of Ganon's inevitable return, and that even their technological might could not stop him without a princess and a hero. So they devised a plan to support those destined to defend Hyrule and set a trap. Sheikah towers were constructed across Hyrule, designed to act as sensors to detect the Calamity as soon as it appeared, and an army of technological super weapons were built to suppress it when it did. The Guardians were mobile, autonomous battle tanks, tough and agile with a powerful laser, but even they were dwarfed by the divine beasts. Truly monstrous mechs the size of castles, each operated by a single pilot. The divine beasts were closely connected to each of Hyrule's 4 main regions, and represented the people who lived there. Divine Beast Varuta was a giant mechanical elephant, named after a Zora princess from distant legend. Varmado was a bird, named for one of the Rito, Varudania a salamander, named for a Goron chief, and Varnaboris was built in the shape of a camel, named after a legendary Gerudo warrior. The names of those who piloted the beasts are lost, but their role in the upcoming battle was critical. Like the Guardians, the divine beasts each possess a powerful laser weapon specifically designed to damage the Calamity, but not to kill it. No, instead the ancient Sheikah's autonomous army was designed to eliminate Ganon's minions and surround the beast, trapping it in a fight it couldn't win. And so, when Calamity struck, Hyrule was ready. In a battle so fierce it scarred the world itself, an unknown hero and the Princess of Hyrule sealed Ganon for 10,000 years. But the Sheikah were not rewarded for their efforts. The display of the godlike power they possessed terrified the king, and the saviors of Hyrule were banished by the throne they were sworn to defend. The Guardians and the divine beasts were buried, and their builders were exiled by Hyrule's military. This betrayal tore the Sheikah in two. Most fled to their goddess, as they had done since time began, but others abandoned her entirely, the ancestors of those who would eventually form the Yiga clan. Though they had once wielded a power that won Hyrule 100 centuries of peace, the Sheikah faded, settling into a rural way of life in the quiet Kakariko village. Calamity Ganon became a fairy tale, a boogeyman to scare children at night. Until, one day, he wasn't a story anymore. Breath of the Wild is set a century after an apocalypse. Before Link even opens his eyes, Hyrule is in ruins. Because 100 years before the game, Ganon returned. This ancient nightmare tore itself out of the pages of storybooks and was born into Hyrule once again, just as he had been 10,000 years before. But this time, the kingdom failed to stop him. Despite years of preparation, a thriving, prosperous country crumbled in a single night. Its armies were shattered, its people slaughtered, and hope was all but extinguished. Link explores the broken carcass of the Kingdom of Hyrule, the last light that remains in the darkness. Breath of the Wild is about uncovering the story of Hyrule's fall and finding the courage to save it. A century before Link awakens in the Shrine of Resurrection, Hyrule was a beautiful country of green fields and rolling hills, natural wonders like the fiery Death Mountain and mighty Hebra Peak. The country was defended by a powerful alliance of intelligent, civilized races, the Gerudo in the desert to the southwest and the Zoras in their domain in the east, the Gorons of Death Mountain and the Rito in the shadow of the Hebra mountain range, and most of all, the Hylians, who have lived all across the country since before recorded history, in anything from tiny hamlets to the thriving castle town, a bustling market in the shadow of the kingdom's most important symbol, Hyrule Castle itself. The seat of the royal family is an ancient citadel somewhere between a palace, a cathedral, and a fortress in the very heart of the realm. Before the Great Calamity, King Rome Bosphoramos Hyrule ruled from the castle, along with his wife, the Queen. They had one daughter, Princess Zelda, named in the tradition of the royal family, whose ancestry traces back to the reincarnation of the goddess. When Zelda was 6 years old, however, tragedy struck. The queen died suddenly, leaving the princess without a mother and without a mentor. She is the inheritress of a mystical, divine power, but has nobody to guide her towards awakening it. Despite Hyrule's princess being, in spirit, the descendant of Hylia, there appears to have been a resurgence of faith in the goddess herself as a separate deity sometime before Breath of the Wild. Ancient statues of the goddess are found all across the kingdom, and the ancient Sheikah who helped defeat Ganon 10,000 years before did so in her name, claiming to be blessed with her clairvoyance. Their descendants, the modern Sheikah, lived in their quiet village in the Necluda region. Most kept to themselves, though some served the king, like Impa, a royal advisor. The mysterious ancient Sheikah were gone, but their works remained. Peculiar structures called shrines could still be found across the kingdom, though they lay dormant, with their doors firmly locked, silent relics from a bygone era. Even older ruins were scattered in the corners of the world, all that remained of a magical civilization called the Zonai. These people vanished mysteriously thousands of years ago, for an unknown reason, but their architecture, trademarked by spiral patterns and stone dragon heads, was found all across the kingdom. Hyrule's current civilizations had enjoyed a long age of peace, working and trading with each other, all unified under the divine rulership of the royal family. But this peace wouldn't last. Hyrule was shaken by a prophecy. A fortune teller close to the royal family laid out a grim warning that the signs of a resurrection of Calamity Ganon were clear. But the prophecy also gave a clue on how to defeat it, that the answer lay hidden beneath the ground. King Rome wasted no time in mobilizing the kingdom. Teams of researchers and workmen began searching the land for the Sheikah's forgotten engines. But this was no easy task. The ancient King of Hyrule had abolished their technology and research, and the whereabouts of the machines had passed from memory into myth, then faded altogether. A dedicated research institute was founded under the control of the castle, spearheaded by the Sheikah scientists Pura and Robbie. Though their ancestors had been banished by the old king, the looming return of the Calamity was enough for Rome to forget this, and rely on the Sheikah's arcane knowledge once more. Their tribe had kept secret records of the locations of two of the divine beasts, Vah-Ruta in Zora's domain, and Vah-Naboris near the desert. The two divine beasts were found and excavated, colossal war engines built in the distant past to suppress a threat that, until recently, was thought to be little more than a legend. And before long, the remaining beasts were found and unearthed. Vah-Rudania on Death Mountain, and Vah-Medo found in the Hebra region. Alongside them, the researchers found the Guardians, mobile, autonomous soldiers built to defend Hyrule, armoured in thick protective plating and armed with deadly laser beams. Each discovery was of a weapon of unimaginable scale and power, which brought the kingdom hope, but with each new find, a terrible dread began to set in. The Sheikah machines were real, tangible things, not just stories, and so Calamity Ganon was real too. The battle 10,000 years ago had really happened, and now the kingdom was about to be faced with the same threat. Alongside the excavations, King Rome also focused on his daughter, Zelda. Her grandmother was able to hear voices from the spirit realm, and her late mother had promised that one day her own power would awaken within Zelda too. The king knew that, faced with the return of Ganon, Hyrule's princess would be its greatest weapon. Zelda herself, though, developed a passion for researching the magical technology of the ancient Sheikah. She took part in the long, arduous process of attempting to uncover these lost relics, and helped with some important breakthroughs. Together with Purah, Zelda discovered the Sheikah Slate, an ancient tablet used to control and interact with the advanced technology. The Sheikah Slate was crucial. It allowed the research teams to activate the Divine Beast's terminals and bring them back to life. And at Hyrule Castle, Robbie was able to activate the Guardians, restoring them to a fully operational state as defensive weapons. Zelda also helps to discover the Shrine of Resurrection, an ancient underground medical facility located on the Great Plateau. Together with Purah, she was able to restore it to working order, though she hoped its use would never be necessary. However, there remained an unsolved mystery. The ancient records mentioned a greater number of Guardians, and Guardians of different types, stored in 5 giant columns somewhere below Hyrule Castle. But despite exhaustive excavations below the surface, the columns and their caches of Guardians could not be found. The Divine Beasts were active, but unlike the Guardians, they required pilots. The ancient legend described these as mighty warriors from across the kingdom, so Zelda set out to appoint their successors. To pilot Vah-Rudania, she selected the mighty Goron chief, Daruk. For Vah-Ruta, she chose the Zora princess, Mipha, and for Vah-Naboris, the Gerudo chief, Urbosa. Vah-Medo was to be the weapon of Revali of the Rito, the most skilled archer in the kingdom. These 4 individuals were declared champions, and they had a sacred purpose and duty to Hyrule. But there was also a 5th, Hylian champion, Link. Link was the son of a Hylian knight and an unknown mother. He possessed an incredible talent for swordsmanship. At as young as 4 years old, he was able to best some adults in training. It's no surprise that, in his early teenage years, he was able to pull the Master Sword from its pedestal, the sacred sword that seals the darkness, a blade that can only be wielded by one with the soul of a hero. With this blade in hand, Link proved himself to be a warrior without equal. With ease, he slayed a Lynel that was terrorizing Zora's domain, and defeated a malfunctioning Guardian by grabbing a nearby pot lid and reflecting the laser beam back into its eye. Urbosa was not only the chief of the Gerudo tribe, a race of warrior women hailing from the desert, she had been a close friend of the queen, Zelda's mother. Zelda and Urbosa share the grief of her loss, and the Gerudo becomes especially protective of the princess, her little bird. Daruk was a gentle giant, a hulking Goron who possessed incredible strength, but had a kind, honourable temperament, a characteristic he shared with the majority of the tribe he led. Revali, on the other hand, was arrogant and cocky. He was a truly singular archer, with complete mastery over his bow, and the ability to control the wind around him. He felt that his pride was wounded by the appointment of Link, that he is the superior warrior, and that, given the opportunity, he would have been able to defeat Ganon by himself. Mipha was the daughter of the Zora king Dorephan, and was heir to their throne, ahead of her younger brother, Prince Sidon. She was naturally gifted at spear fighting. She wielded the light-scale trident, a weapon crafted for her when she was born, with exceptional skill. But she was also skilled with magic, and had the ability to heal wounds. Over the years, Mipha developed an affection for Link. She made him a set of armour, which in Zora culture is part of a royal marriage proposal. But Link was appointed not only as the Hylian champion, but as Zelda's chosen knight, a personal bodyguard for the princess, tasked with defending her life with his own. Mipha grows jealous of Zelda, who spends all her time with Link. He had no divine beast to call his own, but Link's role was even more important than those of the other champions. Just like the legendary hero from 10,000 years ago, Link was tasked with defeating and sealing the Calamity Ganon when it appeared. But the ancient legend showed that the champions and the hero were worthless without the sacred powers of the kingdom's princess. Zelda had been training to awaken her latent powers since the year after her mother passed, when she was only 7 years old. And now, with the Calamity's prophesied return looming over her, she became more frustrated and more terrified that her powers would not awaken. No matter how much she prayed, she could not hear the voices from the spirit realm. She travelled to the springs of power and courage, holy shrines devoted to the goddess, to no avail. This failure tortured Zelda. She felt that she had the weight of her kingdom on her shoulders, but that she lacked the strength to defend it. This was exacerbated by Link, a silent knight who, to Zelda, seemed effortlessly brilliant. The princess projected her own insecurities onto Link, and began to think that he judged her for her failures. This was until one day when Zelda travelled to the Gerudo Desert, and was ambushed by assassins from the Yiga clan. These twisted Sheikah are what became of those who forsook the goddess Hylia 10,000 years ago, when their technology was stripped from them by the king. The group lived in exile, and when Ganon's return was foretold, pledged allegiance not to Hyrule, but to the Calamity. So when Zelda was faced with the cruel blades of Yiga assassins, she knew that it was the end. Surrounded and outnumbered, Zelda closed her eyes to meet her fate, but was saved by Link, who appeared as if from nowhere, Master Sword in hand. Something awoke in Zelda in this moment, an affection for her silent guardian, and from here, the bond between the pair only grew stronger as they continued to journey together. On her 17th birthday, Zelda, together with her chosen knight, travelled to the third and final sacred spring, the Spring of Wisdom on Mount Lanayru, her last chance to awaken her sealing powers. But just like before, she left the spring the same as she had arrived. At the Lanayru promenade, the champions consoled Zelda. Urbosa assured her that the Spring of Wisdom was not their final hope, that somehow they would find the trigger to unlock her powers. Mipha began to explain how, When she uses her healing magic, she thinks of something in particular to focus her strength. But just before she finished her sentence, the earth shook. Revali jumped into the sky and looked to Hyrule Castle. The Calamity had awoken. Without delay, the champions leapt into action. Daruk, Urbosa and Mipha split off to travel to their divine beasts, while Revali was able to fly straight towards Varmado. Zelda and Link instead headed directly for the castle, where Ganon had appeared. This was to be a unified assault. The divine beasts were to provide support for the princess and the hero at the castle. But when the champions arrived at the beasts, to their horror, they weren't alone. Ganon, having been defeated by Sheikah machines 10,000 years ago, had hatched a plan. Though the Calamity was akin to a thundering storm of malice, it was cunning. When it appeared, it sent forth missiles of its terrible power to each of the divine beasts. Concentrated malice that formed phantom versions of the Calamity itself. To proceed with their plan and support Link and Zelda, the champions were faced with an impossible task: to wrest control of their beasts from the clutches of the Blight Ganons. These were horrific splicings of malice and Sheikah technology, formed into twisted mockeries of the champions, designed to kill their targets and occupy the beasts. And though the champions represented the mightiest of Hyrule's warriors, the most powerful, gifted individuals from each of the country's tribes, they fell. Trapped in their divine beasts, terrified and alone, each champion was slaughtered by their blight. And one by one, their gigantic war engines fell under Ganon's control. But Ganon had emerged from deep below Hyrule Castle. Its halls were choked with a dark fog, and malice swirled around its towers. The castle was the centre for Guardian research. Almost every one of the excavated machines were situated there, in the heart of the kingdom, ready to defend it from danger. But not from this. Teams of researchers could only watch, horrified, as the Guardians were poisoned, as malice overrode their programming and turned them into killing machines. In a heartbeat, the castle turned from the most secure fortress in the kingdom into a slaughterhouse. Guardians, now each possessing a sliver of Ganon's consciousness, stormed through the halls and out into the town, obliterating anything and anyone who stood against them. 5 giant columns, the columns that Zelda and the researchers had searched for, burst from deep below the ground, each burning with the bright purple of malice. From them, hundreds upon hundreds more Guardians crawled out into Hyrule, each of them an unstoppable battle tank under the Calamity's control. At some point soon after Ganon's return, King Rome was killed. The castle fell, its town burned, and the kingdom's people scattered. The castle's soldiers, completely outmatched and terrified, fled east with one thing in mind. One thing that could save them from this godlike, invincible army of machines, the impenetrable fortress of Akala Citadel. Those that made it began preparing for siege, manning the cannons and lining archers along the walls. For the soldiers who had lost everything in the fall of Hyrule Castle, the Akala Fortress was their last hope. At the garrisons in Hyrule Field, the soldiers stationed there noticed the glow from the burning ruins of Castletown, heard the screams of the massacred, and they too prepared for battle. From both Hyrule Garrison and Kolomo Garrison, these soldiers moved south, gathering civilians from smaller settlements like the Exchange and Gatepost Town, before fleeing eastwards towards the Dueling Peaks. With Hyrule Field aflame behind them, the soldiers reached the mountains with the surviving civilians. But they weren't safe yet. The Guardians were moving south rapidly from the castle, bringing with them devastation on an unimaginable scale. The garrisons and towns were stomped into the dirt, and anyone still left in the field crushed or burned to death. The soldiers continued east, through the open Blatchery Plain, towards Fort Hateno. Once they reached the fortress, exhausted and terrified, they readied themselves for battle. Those who could not fight continued past the fort towards Hateno village, and anyone that could hold a bow was stationed along the wall of the fort. The portcullis was lowered, and the soldiers waited, weary, cold and frightened, praying to the goddess Hylia for help. North of here, at Akala Citadel, an army of broken, terrified soldiers did the same. Until, finally, purple lights emerged from the fog. Cannons were aimed, bows drawn, fear swallowed as the technological terrors advanced on the fortress. Details of the ensuing battle have been lost to time, but the outcome is clear. Despite the soldiers being fortified in the mighty citadel, this was one of the most tragic massacres Hyrule has ever seen. Though the last knights of Hyrule fought in the battle at Akala Citadel, their efforts to defend themselves against the endless hordes of machines were ultimately in vain. The fortress was designed, and the soldiers trained, to defend against monsters or people, and so the might and sheer number of the Guardians overwhelmed them. With the deaths of the last men, the strength of their kingdom fell with them, crushed into the dirt by the many shunting legs of corrupted Sheikah titans. But for the soldiers at Fort Hateno, help was coming. When the champions moved to their divine beasts, Link and Zelda had headed to the castle in an attempt to destroy Calamity Ganon. But when the Guardians were turned and the divine beasts corrupted, the champions killed, the pair were forced to flee. They ran for the safety of Kakariko village, with hundreds of Guardians on their tail. With them, they guided any survivors left after the massacre at the capital. Link and Zelda ran south through Hyrule Fields, using the thick forests along the river as cover. As they fled, the Guardians hounded them, yet the hero destroyed them one by one. With the power of the Master Sword, Link broke the thick armor of the machines and ripped Ganon's malice from them. Night fell and the rain began to pour, and still the champion and the princess ran. The horrific outcome of the Great Calamity was starting to take its toll on Zelda, who collapsed into tears, blaming the kingdom's fall on herself. Exhausted, Link helped her to her feet and continued onwards towards Kakariko, where the princess might be safe in the hands of the Sheikah. The two finally passed through the dueling peaks into Blatchery Plain, but the hero's strength was beginning to dwindle. In close pursuit was a horde of Guardians, swarming behind them like locusts. Cruel purple lights lit up the night as the machines began swarming into the field from the dueling peaks, Ganon's malice burning from within them like a furnace. Although the thin pass through the mountains had bottlenecked them, they still poured into the plain en masse, spreading out and advancing on Fort Hateno. The war engines got closer and closer to the defending wall, blinding bursts of blue light erupting from them, their lasers tearing through stone like it were paper, vaporizing soldiers instantly. As men died on the front lines, more climbed to replace them, picking up their bows and continuing the return fire on the Guardians. Meanwhile, in the field, Link fought alone. The hero battled Guardian after Guardian, forging a path towards Kakariko. From the fort, the soldiers could see the warrior far out in the field, taking the fight to the ancient automata, a warrior of legend single-handedly bearing the brunt of the Guardian assault. But for every machine he destroyed, 10 more appeared. By this point, the ancient Master Sword was chipped and broken. His champion's tunic burned and frayed from near misses with the Guardian's powerful lasers. And at Ash Swamp, Link finally collapsed. He was mortally wounded from countless skirmishes with the war engines, and heavily fatigued from travelling across Hyrule. The hero fell, resting on his sword, but the Guardians do not tire. A Sheikah machine appeared before him, and with the last of his strength he stood and shielded Zelda with his body. But something inside the princess stirred. If the Calamity's awakening hadn't cut her off, Mipha would have said that she thinks of her love for Link when she uses her healing powers. And right then, in the moment where her invincible hero finally falters, her love for him awakens the goddess within. In the darkest night, in the middle of the most tragic battle the kingdom had ever seen, Zelda stepped out in front of the Guardian. Throwing Link behind her, she raised her hand. Hers was the power of the ancient goddess, and it tore Ganon's malice out from the heart of the machine, extinguishing it and leaving behind an empty husk. Her power exploded across the field, a tidal wave of sacred energy that broke the hold Ganon had on the Guardians. Every one of the ancient machines fell, one by one, the hatred that fueled them vanquished. The Guardians climbing the fort, seconds from overrunning and slaughtering its people, ceased to function, the lights from within fading to darkness. The dust settled on a silent field. While mere moments ago the turf was being torn up by the shunting legs of the Guardians, their empty shells now littered the fields, unmoving and cold like great tombstones. The Battle of Fort Hateno was over. The people who had made it past the walls were safe, for now, but at a terrible cost. Link collapsed into Zelda's arms. The hero dies. Zelda weeps, her heart broken, until a voice speaks from within the Master Sword. This is Phi, the spirit of the sword, a being as ancient as the blade itself, created by the goddess Hylia in the distant past. Before now, Zelda couldn't hear the voice within the sword. Only now that she is connected to the divine powers within can she hear the message, that Link can still be saved. Sheikah from Kakariko Village arrived moments after Link's collapse. Zelda wasted no time. She gave them the Sheikah slate and ordered them to take his body to the Shrine of Resurrection, the healing facility she had helped to uncover. Link had held on to life by a thread, but his condition was so extreme that he would be held in stasis for a century to recover. Zelda knew what she must do. The princess took up the Master Sword and travelled to the Korok Forest, where she could entrust the blade to the care of the Great Deku Tree, trusting that one day Link would return to find it. She then made her way to Hyrule Castle to face Ganon alone. We don't know the details of what happened when Zelda fought the Calamity. We know the result. The princess vanished, seemingly imprisoned within the castle, inside the Calamity itself. But Ganon was sealed. He was contained to the castle by the princess's sacred powers. This stalemate lasted for 100 years. For the entire century Link recovered in the Shrine of Resurrection, Zelda kept the Calamity restrained by herself.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
Link wakes up confused and alone. He has no memory of anything that happened before this. He knows his name, he's able to talk, but he doesn't know about Hyrule. He doesn't remember the champions, or Zelda, or the Calamity. In the sterile, ancient Shrine of Resurrection, he climbs out of a stasis tank and finds the Sheikah Slate, which had been stored there under Zelda's orders, and allows him to unlock the gate that sealed him inside. For the first time in a century, Link sets foot in Hyrule, a broken kingdom he cannot remember. On the Great Plateau, he meets with an old man, a wizened adventurer who claims to have been living there, in the wild, for some time. The old man explains that this Great Plateau was the birthplace of Hyrule. Though it now lies in ruins, the Temple of Time and the remains of an ancient town can be found nearby. A voice speaks to Link, instructing him to follow the Sheikah Slate and travel to a guidance stone near the plateau's edge. He does this, he places the slate into the pedestal, which rises into the air. The guidance stone was the top of a Sheikah tower, built by these ancient people 10,000 years ago to act as sensors to detect the return of the Calamity. It had been buried, hidden from Zelda and her research teams, until the Calamity's return shook the earth, uncovering the very top of this giant structure. By activating the plateau tower, Link sets off a chain reaction. Other towers rise from deep below the ground all across Hyrule, bursting through rock and ruin to point skyward. Not only this, but activating the plateau tower also activates the Sheikah shrines, which, until now, had remained sealed and dormant. This was always the intention. The ancient Sheikah, with the foresight of the goddess, had designed the shrines as trials for the hero. They were built specifically for him, so that when he awoke after the Calamity, they would function as training facilities to refine the resurrected Link into a weapon capable of destroying Ganon. Here, atop the plateau tower, Link is again contacted by Zelda. Using her sacred powers, she's able to communicate with her chosen knight from within Hyrule Castle, where she continues to keep Ganon imprisoned. But her strength is failing. Under the instruction of the old man, Link adventures across the Great Plateau, finding and completing trials set for him by the ancient Sheikah. In doing so, he unlocks powers on the Sheikah Slate: Magnesis, Stasis, Cryonis, and Bombs. At the end of each shrine, he breaks the stasis field around a Sheikah monk, each of whom has remained in a meditative state for over 10,000 years. By completing their trial, Link frees their spirit, and is rewarded with a spirit orb, a symbol of his courage. As the monk's trials are set in the name of the goddess Hylia, these spirit orbs are offered to the goddess statues found across the kingdom. A particularly impressive one is found in the ruined Temple of Time, where Link again meets with the old man. The hooded figure explains that Link has lost his memory, and reveals his true identity. He is the spirit of King Rome, the last king of Hyrule. Under Zelda's instruction, his ghost has remained on the plateau, watching and waiting for the return of the hero, in order to guide Link when he awoke. The king's spirit explains the fall of Hyrule to Link, and tells him to meet with Impa in Kakariko village, to the east. He provides him with the paraglider, a device of Rito craftsmanship that allows one to glide on the wind, then fades away, his last duty to his kingdom finally complete. Link travels through the wilderness that was once Hyrule, and meets with Impa in the Sheikah village. The Shadow Folk are longer lived than Hylians, but after 100 years, Impa is old, and has served as Kakariko's chief for many years. She, too, notes that Link has lost his memory, and explains to him the legend of 10,000 years ago, when the ancient Sheikah's divine beasts had helped seal the Calamity away. She tells him of the fate of the divine beasts, and that, to defeat Ganon now, he needs to purge them of his malice and bring them back to Hyrule's side. It seems that the Calamity's power has been growing since his imprisonment a century ago. Ever since, a time known as the Age of Burning Fields, he has remained largely dormant, except for the Blood Moon, an event where his power surges and any of his slain minions are brought back to life. Most of the Guardians were destroyed by Zelda 100 years ago, but many still remain active, in particular those that lurk in the shadow of Hyrule Castle, which in recent times has become more dangerous. Adventurers used to sneak into the castle to hunt for treasure, but not any longer. Since the Calamity's imprisonment, the divine beasts had laid dormant, but now that Zelda's hold on the beast was beginning to weaken, they have started to move once again, still poisoned by Ganon's control. Zelda had telepathically woken Link up from the Shrine of Resurrection just in time. She had held the Calamity for a century, but any longer and her powers would fail. With this, Link's main quest begins. Alone, he ventures through the vast, lonely kingdom, through a world whose people cling to life in the ruins. By visiting places where he had been in the past, he is able to unlock memories of his life before the Calamity, restoring memories he had lost of the champions and of Zelda. Link travels to the homes of Hyrule's main races, with the goal of freeing their divine beasts from the blights that seized them. Zora's domain still mourns the loss of their princess a century later. Unlike the other races, whose shorter lives mean that few remain who still recognize Link, the Zora are extremely long-lived, and thus many still remember the Hylian champion. Some, like Muzu, blame the Hylians for the Calamity, for allowing Mipha to die 100 years ago. But the Zoras are in desperate need of a Hylian warrior. Their divine beast, Varuta, possesses the ability to create an endless supply of water, and now that the machine has returned to life, controlled by Ganon, it threatens the area with floods. The only way to subdue the beast long enough to gain access is with shock arrows. But as the Zora are weak to electricity, none of them can wield them. King Dorephan, Mipha's father, agrees to let Link help, and together with Mipha's brother, the now gigantic Prince Sidon, the hero disables and boards Varuta. The divine beasts are gigantic engines, full of churning gears and pistons that move their bulking mass around. They are the pinnacle of ancient Sheikah engineering, but now malice chokes them. Ganon watches from 1,000 sinister yellow eyes, and even the defensive Guardian scouts within have been turned to his side. Link needs to reach terminals inside the beast and interact with them with his Sheikah slate, eventually unlocking the central terminal, the divine beast's main control unit. This is the heart of the divine beast, and it is where Ganon's power was focused. Link reaches out with his slate to activate it, but a dark cloud seeps from within. Sheikah energy and malice combine to once again form a phantom of the Calamity, Water Blight Ganon, the foe that had killed Mipha a century ago. The incomprehensible horror that Ganon had become, the feral Calamity, is a being formed from malice, an evil energy that holds his consciousness. The Blights are all Ganon himself, shards of the Calamity sent to slay the champions and take their beasts. But Link is able to do what Mipha could not. Though Water Blight Ganon is immensely powerful, wielding a formidable energy spear and powerful ice magic, the hero defeats it, finally purging the scourge of Varuta and completely ousting Ganon's influence from the machine. In doing so, he frees the spirit of Princess Mipha. When the champions died, their suffering did not end. They all remained trapped as spirits within their beasts. They were forced to watch Hyrule burn from inside these war engines, helpless to stop it. Mipha explains that the day before Link arrived, she had almost given up hope, almost resigned to her fate to exist here, as a spirit for all eternity. She grants Link the power of her healing magic, so the hero always carries her spirit with him to soothe his wounds and even to save him from death. Link travels through the wilderness to Goron City on Death Mountain, to Rito Village in the northwest, and to Gerudo Town in the desert, each tormented by their own renegade divine beasts. Varudania circles the summit of Death Mountain, causing eruptions that make mining the mountain almost impossible. Varmado patrols the skies, clipping the wings of the Rito below it with the threat of its powerful cannons. And Varnaboris stalks the desert, threatening any that get too close with lightning and powerful sandstorms. Like with the Zoras, Link is accompanied by a member of each race to board their divine beasts. Yonobo, the grandson of the mighty Daruk, finds the courage to escort Link to Rudania. Tabor, a Rito whose skill with a bow is matched only by the legendary Revali, helps the hero soar into the skies above and subdue Mado. And the Gerudo chief Riju, a descendant of Urbosa, rides alongside Link to fight Naboris, but only after Link proves himself to the tribe by recovering the legendary Thunder Helm from the clutches of the Yiga clan, defeating their leader, Master Koga, in doing so. The hero ousts Ganon's malice from each of the beasts, breaking the Blight Ganons and, one by one, freeing the trapped spirits of the champions. Like Mipha, each of them grants Link their signature ability: Daruk's protective shield, Revali's wind gust technique, and Urbosa's powerful lightning storm. Though they lost their lives a century ago, the spirits of the champions are now able to control their divine beasts. They each move their machine to a vantage point with a direct sight of Hyrule Castle, readying themselves for Link to signal for the final strike. Across Hyrule, Link continues to discover ancient Sheikah shrines and prove his worth to the monks within. With each spirit orb he gains, he recovers a piece of the strength he lost a century ago, slowly reforging himself into Hyrule's hero. It's because of this recovered strength that, when he arrives in the Korok Forest, he's able to pull the Master Sword from its pedestal once again. Since Zelda left it here during the Great Calamity, the Blade of Evil's Bane has been healed. The Deku Tree's sacred power has rid the Sword of malice, and it once again glows with the light to repel evil. With the sword that seals the darkness in hand, and the divine beasts at his back, Link is now ready. He is the hero of the wilds, more powerful than ever before, the warrior destined to free the land from Ganon's chokehold. Link finally makes his journey to Hyrule Castle, for a final battle 100 years in the making. In the sanctum of the castle, the throne room from which King Rhoam and his queen once ruled, Link sets eyes on the Calamity. The castle itself is swarmed by a snake-like phantom of Ganon, a dark cloud of malice that swirls around the structure like flames. But this isn't the Calamity's true form. In the sanctum, a cocoon hangs from the ceiling. Ever since Link's resurrection, Ganon has been regenerating a physical form, but it is incomplete. Link arrives before the Calamity has prepared itself. But even still, its power is too much for Zelda to bear. Her voice echoes from inside the cocoon. She cannot hold him any longer. The Calamity is free. With Sheikah laser beams, Ganon cuts itself out of its cocoon and drops to the stone floor. The impact smashes through the base of the sanctum, and Link and Ganon fall into a hidden chamber, down through an ancient tunnel and into an astral observatory room built by the Sheikah in the distant past, found somewhere in the very heart of the castle. Here, we finally see what Ganon has become. This incomplete form resembles the Blight Ganons, It, too, is a fusing of Sheikah parts like guardian legs, blades and cannons, and malice, the dark energy of Ganon. On its head it wears a crown, resembling that once worn by the Gerudo, Ganondorf, and a beard of flaming red hair hangs below. The Calamity Ganon is little more than malice itself. It has no physical form. Its origins are unknown. Only because of the Sheikah technology that surrounded it when it awakened was it able to pull together this nightmarish body, a desperate attempt to form something that could defeat the hero destined to stop it. But Link isn't alone. Together, the spirits of the champions launch their attack and order their divine beasts to fire on Hyrule Castle. 4 giant beams of pure sacred energy flood the sanctum, rushing down into the observatory and critically wounding Ganon, as they had intended to do 100 years before. Ganon screams, but he isn't dead. As they have done since time began, the hero and the darkness begin their duel. Fireballs and lasers singe the air, and the Master Sword clashes with Sheikah blades deep below the castle. Even in an incomplete form, the Calamity is monstrously powerful, but so is Link. He has with him the spirits of the 4 champions. He's able to move the wind like Revali, to create a defensive shield like Daruk, to summon lightning like Urbosa, and even to return from death with Mipha's healing magic. Slowly but surely, the sacred power of the Blade of Evil's Bane chips away at the Calamity, until, finally, its Sheikah body collapses. But Ganon wasn't done yet. Again, the Calamity is a being of pure malice. The Sheikah technology that gave him form was just a means to an end, a way to piece together a physical body to combat the hero. Malice was its true form, and while malice remained, the Calamity endured. Zelda's sacred powers teleport Link out into Hyrule Field, where the remaining malice rushes together into a storm. The princess's voice sounds out. She explains that Ganon was born out of a dark past, that he is the embodiment of the ancient evil that is reborn time and time again. Out of utter refusal to give up on reincarnation, the Calamity's malice solidifies into one final form, Dark Beast Ganon, a titanic boar formed from the purest hatred. Zelda entrusts Link with the Bow of Light, a weapon that, like the Master Sword, harnesses the sacred power to repel evil. She says that, though Link may not be at a point where he has recovered all of his memories, courage need not be remembered, for it is never forgotten. The final battle begins. On horseback, Link weaves past the deadly beams of malice conjured by the Dark Beast, but even the sacred Bow of Light cannot penetrate Ganon's defense. Only when Zelda, with the last of her power, creates glowing weak spots in its armoured body can Link damage the beast. Only when the princess and the hero work together can the Calamity be countered. Eventually, Ganon is weakened to the point where a giant malice eye opens up on its back, the very core of its being. Link jumps from his horse and time slows around him. He holds his breath and sends one final holy arrow into the heart of the Calamity. The Dark Beast roars and recoils in pain. Suddenly, a golden light bursts from inside it. Zelda. She had remained inside the Calamity itself for a century, a splinter inside him that held his evil powers back. Now she is free once again, her sacred powers fully awakened. Even faced with this terrifying, ancient evil, Zelda remains calm. Her power strips Ganon of its final form, returning it to a snake-like phantom made from what malice remains. It weaves through the sky, roars, and lunges back down towards the princess, who holds out her hand. The mark of the Triforce shines out, and just like it had done at Fort Heteno, her sealing power explodes outwards, a sphere of golden light that destroys the Calamity, completely and utterly eradicating the last of the malice. The sky clears as Ganon's power fades away. Finally free, Zelda stands in Hyrule Field once again, the wind running through her hair. She explains that she has been keeping watch over Link all this time, that she has witnessed his struggles and his trials in battle. Though he was faced with impossible odds, she says that she never doubted him. She always believed that he would find a way to defeat Ganon. She declares him the hero of Hyrule, then asks,
"Do you really remember me?"
With this, Breath of the Wild comes to a close, a story of the fall of a kingdom and of hope rising from the ashes ends with Link and Zelda reunited. Together, the pair stand at the gates of the ruined Hyrule Castle, what was once the heart of their kingdom, then turn away. But floating among its spires, the spirits of King Rome and the four champions watch over them. Though they lost their lives, they witnessed the destruction of Ganon and the return of hope to Hyrule. If the player has recovered all of Link's memories by this point, then there's an additional scene after the credits. Link and Zelda stand on a hill overlooking their kingdom, both in their travelling attire as they often had been a century before. Zelda explains that they will make their way to Zora's domain, where Divine Beast Varuta has stopped working. The princess wants to investigate the situation, but also to offer her condolences to King Dorephan for the loss of his daughter, Mipha. Ganon is gone, but there's work to do. Zelda believes that, together, they can restore their kingdom to its former glory, or even beyond. She says that she can no longer hear the voice within the sword, that her sacred powers have faded. She's surprised to admit it, but she can accept that. She is finally free of the terrible burden her bloodline had bestowed onto her. Her kingdom no longer required her sealing powers, and Zelda is free to live how she chooses, as an adventurer and a researcher, travelling her kingdom with her knight. After destroying the Calamity, Zelda spent the next few years rebuilding Hyrule, accompanied always by her chosen knight, Link. She moves into the house Link bought in Heteno village, where she oversees the construction of a school to educate Hyrule's next generation. To do this, she employs Bolson, the old head carpenter, who has since passed the torch to Hudson, our beloved president of what is now called Hudson Construction. With Hudson's help, Hyrule began the monumental task of restoring what they had lost to the Calamity. The president not only worked to expand Tarrytown in Akala, he also built a new fortification over the sacred grounds just south of the castle, Lookout Landing, which quickly became a thriving community at the centre of the country. His company set up resource caches all over the land. He was at the centre of a civilization just beginning to piece itself back together. Ganon itself is once again fading into myth. Children are born and grow up believing the Calamity to be little more than a fairy tale. And to be fair to the children, almost every single relic of the ancient Sheikah was hidden or destroyed after the Calamity's defeat. The divine beasts, guardian shells and shrines all removed from the land. It's possible that some of the old technology was processed for parts, used in the construction of Skyview towers. These were designed by the Sheikah scientist Pura and built by none other than Hudson Construction, intended to survey their surroundings and provide accurate map data. Pura and the other Sheikah scientist, Robbie, had been in the royal family's service ever since before the Great Calamity, responsible for all manner of research into ancient technology. And after Calamity Ganon was defeated, they put their minds to Zelda's restoration project, eventually constructing the Pura Pad. This device is entirely different to the Sheikah slate used by Link in Breath of the Wild, which was over 10,000 years old by that point. This one is much newer, a tool designed to help Zelda with her work. A prototype had been built by Robbie, then the device was refined and improved by both scientists, including the addition of the camera rune. Pura wonders if there will be a time when everyone in Hyrule carries their very own Pura Pad. We knew from Pura's diary in Breath of the Wild that she already possessed her own Sheikah slate even back then, and used it to install and experiment with an anti-aging rune. Like Robbie, Pura is well over a century old, but prior to the events of Breath of the Wild, performed an experiment that resulted in her reverting to the appearance of a small child. At some point after that game, she became fed up of being treated as a kid and of needing jetpacks to reach high places, so adjusted her device, accelerating her development until she resembled a 20-year-old woman. Zelda wasn't only interested in technology, but archaeology and history. She created the Zonai Survey Team, a task force to discover and analyze ancient documents and ruins. She appoints Turo, a particularly keen and knowledgeable Hylian, as the leader of this team, and the group begins their research into Hyrule's mysterious history. Ruins from the ancient Zonai can be found all across Hyrule, even during Breath of the Wild, but very little was known about them, other than the fact that they were a powerful race of magic wielders who vanished suddenly long ago. They predate even the ancient Sheikah, the clan whose advanced technology had helped to seal the Calamity Ganon 10,000 years ago, but the truth behind them had been lost to time. This time of peace and hope wouldn't last, however. An insidious substance known as Gloom began afflicting the people of Hyrule, causing them to fall ill after coming into contact with it. Gloom doesn't just physically harm people like Calamity Ganon's malice, it withers them. Small exposure to it can be cured with direct sunlight, but more severe contact will permanently wound or kill outright. Eventually, a secret staircase was discovered, leading into the forgotten foundations of Hyrule Castle, from which the gloom appeared to be seeping into the kingdom. Zelda, of course, volunteered herself for the expedition. She explains that the royal family have always been aware of these underground chambers. When she was a child, she asked her father, King Rome, about them, but was told that seeing them for themselves, or even discussing their existence at all, was forbidden. King Rome had warned her that no one must ever venture beneath the castle, not even one of us. A warning that had apparently been passed down through the royal line for as long as anyone could remember. The princess was not alone, of course. Before venturing underground, she travelled to the Korok forest alongside Link, her chosen knight and sworn protector, a hero worthy of wielding the legendary Master Sword capable of repelling evil. During the Great Calamity, the Master Sword was terribly damaged. To restore it, Zelda had left it in the care of the Deku Tree, where it rested for 100 years while Link recovered in the Shrine of Resurrection, and Zelda used her sacred powers to keep the Calamity Ganon imprisoned within Hyrule Castle. The Deku Tree explained that the Master Sword can not only heal itself, but grow ever stronger if it is bathed in sacred power. The stronger the power, and the longer the sword is exposed to it, the greater its power becomes. The Deku Tree believes that the sword's true power may in fact be limitless. This is presumably how the Master Sword was healed over the course of the century before Breath of the Wild. It was bathed in the sacred energy of the Deku Tree and the Korok Forest, enough to restore it to its former strength. The Master Sword was wielded by Link during his showdown with the Calamity Ganon, used as it had been countless times before to banish the darkness that threatened Hyrule and restore peace to the realm. Afterwards, it seems that Link once again laid the blade to rest in the Korok Forest, where it slept until he had need of it once more. Now, with a shadow once again looming over Hyrule, Link draws his sword once more and travels into the forgotten foundations of the castle to protect his princess and uncover the source of the mysterious Gloom. The pair descend, travelling deeper and deeper into the bowels of the castle. They walk down broken staircases and through caves littered with cracked stone, where the walls glow with an eerie light. Ominously, the blade of the Master Sword lights up, a sign that the pair are approaching an unseen evil. Eventually, Link and Zelda encounter ruins different to the Hylian stonework closer to the surface. They're decorated with ancient symbols, identifying them as the work of the Zonai. According to Zelda, the Zonai were a civilization from the distant past, who lived in the time of earliest legend. They possessed godlike powers and had a prosperous civilization of floating islands in the sky. Link and Zelda discover statues depicting what they believe to be Zonai individuals, strange alien figures with long ears. The pair continue their descent until they reach a large chamber, where they're attacked by Keese, weak monsters that are quickly obliterated by the Master Sword. This isn't just any ordinary room though. Its walls are decorated with elaborate murals depicting events from Hyrule's distant past. In particular, a terrible conflict that became known as the Imprisoning War. In total, there are 7 murals in this chamber, though the last 3 are obscured behind rocky debris. The first depicts a Zonai descending from the sky, welcomed by Hylians on the surface below. The Zonai brings with them 7 artifacts, secret stones which can amplify the powers of whoever wields them. The second mural shows a Zonai forming a bond with a Hylian woman. According to Zelda, her ancestors, the first of Hyrule's royal family, were born from a union with gods who had descended from the heavens. These murals imply that these gods were the Zonai, and that, together with Hylians, they had founded the kingdom of Hyrule. Princess Zelda, then, is a distant descendant of the Zonai. The next 2 murals immortalize a tragedy. First, an ominous figure stealing a secret stone from the woman from the previous image, and next, the same dark figure commanding his servants in a fierce battle, a red wave of his power spreading across the land, and the blood moon glowing in the sky above. These 4 murals show Hyrule's earliest history and the outbreak of the Imprisoning War. The 3 hidden murals show the war's end, which we'll come back to later, but it's important to remember that these obscured murals exist right at the beginning of the game. Hyrule's ancient history is, quite literally, set in stone. Link and Zelda continue on from the mural room, through a dark corridor, until they emerge in the imprisoning chamber, and come face to face with the secret that their kingdom was built on. A petrified figure is bent backwards in the center of the chamber, apparently frozen in place. At his chest, he is held by a glowing arm, which trails off into a spiral of blue-green energy. This is the body of Ganondorf, the same figure depicted on the murals stealing a sacred stone and leading his army against the Kingdom of Hyrule. The Imprisoning War is named for his imprisonment. He has been trapped here, deep below the surface, since time immemorial. As the pair approach this haunting discovery, the hand holding Ganondorf's body twitches, then falls limp. A stone, whose teardrop shape matches that of the secret stones of the Zonai, falls from the back of the hand onto the cold ground. Zelda taps the stone, then picks it up, before it begins to glow with a bright light. But before she can begin to study it, the unmistakable sound of a heartbeat echoes through the chamber. Horrified, the princess can only watch as the body begins to twitch and convulse, cracking with the first movement after countless eons of imprisonment. It almost rights itself, then drops back, its head hanging upside down, before it snaps towards the pair, and its eyes light up, burning with an insatiable, timeless hatred. Great tendrils of concentrated gloom explode from Ganondorf's chest, flooding the chamber and lunging directly at the princess. But Link meets it with the Master Sword, jumping in front of Zelda and parrying back the evil. But this foe is beyond anything they've encountered before. The gloom rushes forward once again, crawling down the Master Sword's blade and onto Link's arm, severely wounding him. It's worth reminding that this Link is already an accomplished hero. Here, he is at the peak of his power, after being trained and augmented by the trials of the ancient Sheikah during Breath of the Wild. During this opening segment, he has 3 full stamina wheels and a total of 20 hearts. But not for long. The gloom shatters Link's strength, reducing his hearts back down to 3. The same amount he had when he awoke from the Shrine of Resurrection, his body weak and his mind wiped. Not only this, the gloom burns right through Link's champion's tunic and horrifically wounds his right arm, leaving it scarred and glowing with dark energy. Even the Holy Master Sword, a weapon designed by the goddess Hylia specifically to oppose evil, is not immune to it, and the blade is stained with gloom. A final tendril rushes towards the pair, and Link once again tries to parry it. But this time it's too much. The Master Sword breaks. Half of the blade splinters into tiny, sacred shards. One piece, however, flies towards Ganondorf, narrowly missing his neck and running across his cheek. It cuts into ancient flesh, and his blood begins to boil, but no more. The blade of Evil's Bane is broken, leaving only a single scratch on the Demon King. For the first time in millennia beyond counting, Ganondorf speaks.
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me.
Somehow, Ganondorf knows both Link and Zelda by name. He claims that someone named Rauru had placed his faith in Link, and mocks him for his weakness. He arches back and releases a final wave of gloom, this time upwards towards the cave's ceiling. It pushes an ancient stone block, and the cave begins to collapse around them, and on the surface, Hyrule Castle itself begins to rise into the air. Finally free from his imprisonment, Ganondorf allows himself to fall into the endless blackness below. Exhausted, Link drops to one knee, and before Zelda can come to his aid, the floor beneath her gives way. Zelda drops into the same dark pit where Ganondorf had vanished, and Link, without a second thought for his injury, leaps after her. But he misses. Zelda falls, helpless, until a golden light envelops her and she disappears. This is where the princess and the hero are separated, and the story of Tears of the Kingdom splits in two. Link is caught mid-air by the hand that had previously held Ganondorf, and pulled upwards into the light, where he eventually awakens on the Great Sky Island. Zelda, however, wakes up dazed and confused on what appears to be the surface of Hyrule, though it isn't the Hyrule she knows. Instead, Zelda finds that she has somehow been transported into Hyrule's distant past, to a time not long after the kingdom's founding. Here, ages removed from her own time, she uncovers the mysteries of the ancient Zonai and becomes the central part of this game's cyclical narrative by setting up the events that will eventually occur for Link, who remains in the present day. Zelda is woken by two strange individuals, a couple who claim to be King Rauru and Queen Sonia, the first rulers of the Kingdom of Hyrule. Zelda is, of course, Hyrule's princess, the daughter of King Rome Bosphoramus Hyrule, which can mean only one thing. She has been transported to a time so far back in the past, it has become legend. King Rauru and Queen Sonia are the figures depicted on this mural. Theirs was the union that the Kingdom of Hyrule was built upon. This means that Sonia is a Hyrulean woman, and Rauru is a Zonai. It's worth noting that it doesn't seem that this figure on the mural is Rauru specifically. We're told later on that he is one of only 2 remaining Zonai, and it was his ancestors who had descended to the surface, bringing 7 secret stones with them long ago. So even though Zelda has been transported to the distant past, it's still a long time after the golden age of the Zonai. Even this far back, their civilization is ancient and shrouded in mystery. The only Zonai left are Rauru and his older sister, Minoru. They're tall, animal people with incredibly long ears. It was said that Hylians had long, pointed ears so that they could hear the voices of the gods. Both of the Zonai are magical in different ways. Minoru can separate her spirit from her body, but Rauru has the power of light, a sacred force that can repel and destroy evil. They both have a third eye on their foreheads, representing their enlightenment that opens when they wield their magic powers. Sonia's appearance closely resembles Zelda's. In fact, she claims that she can sense a blood connection between Zelda and herself and King Rauru. She can also sense that Zelda possesses not only the power to control time, like Sonia herself, but also Rauru's power of light. This means that Zelda is the distant descendant of this couple, the very first members of the Hyrulean royal family. We'd never see any of the couple's children in-game, but the very fact that Zelda is descended from them, and what happens to them later on in the story, means that their children must already exist somewhere, and would go on to continue this bloodline through the ages, all the way up until the birth of this Princess Zelda. It's unclear how, or if, Sonia and Rauru connect back to the Zelda from Skyward Sword, the reincarnation of the goddess Hylia who settled on the surface after Demise was defeated, from whom the royal family were originally stated to have inherited their divine powers. I'll come back to details like this when I discuss the game's timeline placement, but for now, all that's important is that this couple, Queen Sonia and King Rauru, founded the Kingdom of Hyrule sometime before Zelda's arrival in this era, and have power over time and light respectively. Zelda explains to the King and Queen that, in her time, something terrible is happening, but that she does not know how she got here or how to get back to the future. Sonia advises her not to panic, to come back with them to the castle where they can come up with a plan. Rauru suggests that Minoru, the only other remaining Zonai, may be able to help. At this point in history, the Great Plateau appears to have been the centre of the Kingdom of Hyrule. In Breath of the Wild, the old man describes this place as the birthplace of the Kingdom of Hyrule, and it seems that this is true for the kingdom founded by Rauru and Sonia. A different Temple of Time, one built by the Zonai, is found in its place on the plateau, and it seems that this era's Hyrule Castle is found nearby too. Breath of the Wild's Hyrule Castle does not yet exist. Rauru and Sonia's castle is built here on the Great Plateau. In this time period, Hyrule appears largely uncharted and untamed. Aside from the Great Plateau, the main island of civilization, this Hyrule is even wilder than the one we know. Central Hyrule is a forest rather than a field. Death Mountain features a smoke ring, much like its appearance in Ocarina of Time, and the dueling peaks are, at this point, still one mountain. According to legend, the peaks were created when a dragon split one mountain into two, a legend that seems to be true. Raru's Hyrule is defended by shrines of light, mystical stones that glow with spirals of green energy. In the early days of the kingdom, Hyrule was plagued by monsters, which assaulted and terrorized its people. In response, Raru and Sonia built shrines to imprison this evil. Each of them works somehow as holy seals to keep Hyrule safe. In this time period, shrines of light are found in different places to the ones Link will eventually encounter thousands of years in the future, like the ones that defend the Great Plateau. But another purpose of the Shrines of Light is to illuminate the terrifying darkness below Hyrule, the depths. Far below the surface lies a dark world, a warped reflection of the world above it completely without light. That is, except for the light roots, tree-like structures that are found directly below shrines on the surface. The name of each light root is just the name of the shrine above it in reverse, and they're activated by Zonai magic. It's likely that Raru and Sonia created the light roots specifically to illuminate the depths. During this time, a chamberlain was appointed to record accounts of the lives of the king and queen, to preserve their stories for discovery in the future. These give insight into the history and personality of the royal couple. We learn that Sonia was once a priestess, born on the surface. She is exceptionally intelligent, more so than even King Raru, who values her wisdom and insight on matters both large and small. The king himself was jovial, with an easy laugh. He often set aside his royal duties in favour of hunting, only returning to his responsibilities when sought out and scolded by Sonia. After her sudden appearance in this time, Zelda is welcomed into King Raru's castle and given new clothes by Queen Sonia. But she is still focused on finding a way to return to her own time, and so Raru accompanies her to meet his older sister, Minoru. Like Zelda, Minoru is a keen researcher. Her study is filled with books, and she's said to become so engrossed in them that she forgets to eat. Minoru has a particular fascination with Zonai constructs. They're described as vessels for the spirit when the body fails, so with her ability to separate her spirit from her body, she hopes that she can extend her life. She would eventually show Zelda her greatest work, a giant mecha. Raru's spirit later claims to have overseen the creation of the constructs, from rangers and culinary constructs all the way to soldiers. They're all powered by the same strands of green energy. Perhaps they too are vessels for spirits in some way. The creation and maintenance of this technology required a lot of energy, which was mined in the depths. Huge mines were found in all corners of the world, deep underneath every town. There, constructs mined for zonite, a luminous mineral that can be processed into charges. We're only told that zonite contains a mysterious energy, but considering that it's mostly found in the depths, a realm of the dead, this energy could be connected to spirits, similar to luminous stones, said to contain the souls of the dead. Minoru shows a particular interest in Zelda's Purapad. She notes that it is definitely not of her era and asks to borrow it for a while to attempt to restore its teleportation function and to research the device further. She hands the device to a nearby steward construct who shelves it away. Minoru, like Sonia and Raru, possesses her own secret stone. Hers amplifies her power of spirit. Raru's stone amplifies his light powers, and Sonia's her control of time. A secret stone can detect and react to an individual's innate powers, and will change its appearance and colour to match. Once a stone is in somebody's possession, it becomes engraved with a symbol that represents its power. These symbols are based on real-world kanji, only stylized and each featuring an eye design. Raru's stone is engraved with the symbol for light, Mineru's has the symbol for spirit, and Sonia the symbol for time. But Zelda also possesses a stone engraved with the symbol for time. Minoru explains that, just like Sonia said, Zelda possesses the power to control both light and time, but the Zonai notes that the secret stone she carries appears to amplify her time power specifically. So it appears that a secret stone will only strengthen one particular aspect of an individual's powers, even when that individual holds multiple different abilities. Zelda came into possession of this stone when it fell from the hand imprisoning Ganondorf. At first, this stone was white in colour, but once Zelda touched it, it reacted to the powers within her and became a yellow time stone. This, Minoru explains, is how Zelda ended up in the distant past in the first place. Secret stones don't create new abilities or grant their wielders new magic, they simply amplify the powers that are already found within someone. When she fell into the crevice deep below Hyrule Castle, it was her own innate power to control time that transported her to the past, only amplified by the possession of a secret stone. This means that there isn't an easy way to return to the present day. If Zelda doesn't know how she was able to manipulate time in the first place, she won't be able to reverse it. Except for one sinister possibility. Minoru also explains that there are stories about a forbidden act called draconification, that to swallow a secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life, but that to become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself. This would provide a way for Zelda to return to her own time, but it would mean sacrificing everything, losing what makes her, her. Instead, Raru decides that Zelda should spend some time with Sonia, who also has the ability to control time and a time secret stone that matches Zelda's. Together, Raru hopes, they will be able to study and understand Zelda's powers more, and perhaps find a way to send her home. Raru's young kingdom was strong, but not without its own troubles. In the desert to the southwest, a dark storm was gathering. Hyrule was watched by envious eyes. The Gerudo are a race of tall, powerful warriors, as tough and as dangerous as the desert they call home. The Gerudo are notable for being almost entirely female. Only one male is born every century, a man destined to become their king. In the time of King Raru, the Gerudo leader was called Ganondorf, a man of great power and great ambition. Ganondorf was known to be a warrior of unmatched strength, a master of all weapons who could move his hulking mass with impossible speed. But he was also an incredible sorcerer and was able to control darkness in the form of Gloom. From the desert, Ganondorf watched the young kingdom and plotted its downfall. Hyrule would bow before him. This land would be his to shape as he saw fit. At first, Ganondorf kept his true ambitions secret, but he was known to be dangerous. He repeatedly ignored invitations from King Raru to swear fealty. The Gerudo King's first move against Hyrule occurred during the time Princess Zelda was sent back to, an initial assault to test the kingdom's military strength. Ganondorf, and a small force of Gerudo warriors loyal to him, stand at a high vantage point, and unleash the raw power of the desert against Hyrule. One Gerudo woman plays an ornate flute, and the eerie music calls forth a swarm of Molduga, giant monsters who swim in the desert sand. Each of them is a powerful threat in its own right, But this many, together, is unprecedented. Guards stationed on the Great Plateau's walls spot the oncoming horde and sound the alarm. Before long, King Rauru himself appears, with Queen Sonia and Zelda just behind. Though this is an era without an incarnation of Link, this Hyrule is anything but defenseless. Without a word, Rauru brings his hands together in front of his face. His secret stone, which amplifies his innate power to use light to dispel evil, starts to glow. Behind him, Sonia raises her right arm and beckons for Zelda to do the same. The pair's identical secret stones start to glow as they add their power to Rauru's. Notably, Zelda's power glows with a much larger, brighter light than Sonia's, perhaps indicating that, even without training, she possesses a much greater power. Rauru keeps his eyes set on the approaching horde, and focuses the energy between his hands. Suddenly, the third eye on his forehead opens, and his power explodes outwards. When the beam subsides, the remains of Ganondorf's first invasion lies dying in the sand. Disappointed by this outcome, the Gerudo King realizes that brute force will not be enough. Rauru, augmented by his secret stone, is too powerful. His ability to repel evil is too great a defense. But the King of Hyrule had literally shown his hand. Even from a great distance, Ganondorf spots the secret stone shining on Rauru's wrist. These Zonai artifacts are the key to Hyrule's strength, but could also be used against the kingdom. If Ganondorf could not break Hyrule by force, he would instead try deception, to lull Rauru and his kingdom into a false peace. Sometime after the Molduga assault, Ganondorf, accompanied by his retinue of Gerudo warriors, travelled to Hyrule Castle to swear fealty. In the throne room, they are received by King Rauru, Queen Sonia, and Zelda. The two Gerudo women directly behind Ganondorf stand out for wearing gold masks. These two are presumably among his highest ranking servants. They also flanked him during the Molduga attack. On their left shoulders are sashes with Hylian lettering, which translates to Koume and Kotake, identifying this pair as the witches seen during Ocarina of Time and the Oracle games. In Ocarina of Time, these witches, who eventually combine to form Twin Rova, are said to be the 400-year-old surrogate mothers of Ganondorf. They look considerably younger here, so they might not have raised this Ganondorf, but it's clear that they're still important to him. Their names can also be found marked on the Gloom set of weapons used by Ganondorf himself. Ganondorf and his Gerudo kneel before the throne, pledging his service to Rauru in return for acceptance into his kingdom. The king accepts, commending Ganondorf on his status and welcoming him into his realm. But even as Rauru speaks, Ganondorf's focus was instead on the secret stones, ancient talismans of unimaginable power hanging from the necks of Zelda and Sonia and from Rauru's wrist. For his first action as an official part of the Kingdom of Hyrule, Ganondorf chooses to honour the king with thinly veiled insults and threats in his own throne room. Mockingly, he muses that when Rauru's ancestors first descended on these lands long ago, they must have seemed to be gods. He points out how, by taking a Hyrulean woman as his wife and now ruling this land as its king, Rauru has risen above his admirable lineage. The Gerudo King values power, and power alone, and the Kingdom of Hyrule protects the weak and defends the innocent. In the time before the kingdom's founding, the world had been a place of chaos, a brutal land where only the strongest thrived, a time that Ganondorf believed had more vigour and fighting spirit. Ganondorf rejects the idea that one of the godlike Zonai should dare to control this land. He despises the peace that Rauru and Sonia have ensured. But the Zonai are gone. Their time is over, and they no longer grace the world with their presence, except for Rauru and Minoru. Rauru defends himself. He claims that even if something happens to him, his kingdom will endure for generations to come. This could be another indication that Rauru and Sonia do indeed have children, who will inherit the throne and uphold Rauru's peace even after his death. One king dismisses the other, and Ganondorf climbs to his feet and turns to leave, signaling his retinue to do the same. Zelda, who had watched the exchange from Rauru's side, is concerned about trusting Ganondorf. She believes that his heart holds dark ambitions, and notes that even his name gives her pause. The name Ganondorf should probably do more than just give her pause, considering she had previously kept a dark being named Ganon imprisoned for a century, but nevertheless, Rauru explains that he is well aware of the Gerudo King's evil nature. He claims that he wants to keep Ganondorf close, where he can keep an eye on him, and assures the princess that she need not worry. This entire throne room scene is incredibly reminiscent of a scene from Ocarina of Time, where Link first finds Zelda in her courtyard, peering in through one of the castle's windows. In both games, Ganondorf travels to the castle to swear fealty to the king on his knees, though secretly plans to overthrow him. In both games, Zelda warns the king about Ganondorf's intentions, and the king ignores her, a decision that would lead to tragedy. The Chamberlain's stone tablets describe an unsettling development in this time period. There are whispers of a strange lady who walks around the castle at night, a woman who appears identical to Princess Zelda in all ways but one. Her eyes are lifeless and dead. When asked, Zelda herself remembers nothing of these walks. Something, or someone, stalks Rauru's castle in the black of night, wearing Zelda's face like a mask. Sometime later, Zelda sits under a gazebo with Rauru and Sonia, attended to by constructs and protected by a handful of royal guards. The princess reaches out her hand and accidentally knocks a bowl off the table. It falls towards the stone floor, then stops and retraces its path back onto the table. This is a display of Sonia's time power, strengthened by her secret stone. The Queen explains that it's like drawing out an object's memory, coaxing it back towards a certain moment in time. Zelda is, as of yet, unable to properly control the time powers she inherited through Sonia's bloodline, and so she remains trapped in this time period. The three discuss Zelda's predicament. She wants desperately to return home, but also to lend her support to this time, where a conflict with the Gerudo King seems all but certain. But Sonia is exceptionally perceptive, and knows that there is another reason Zelda needs to return home: Link. At the mere mention of his name, Zelda smiles and describes the hero to Rauru. He is a royal knight, one originally appointed to be her protector. He is dedicated and refuses to back down from any challenge. He is very strong, and his heart is good and true. Zelda's feelings towards Link were a central part of her character in Breath of the Wild. Eventually, it was her love for him that awakened her sealing powers and prevented the total collapse of her kingdom. And even now, while trapped in a different age, Zelda has complete faith in her knight. One night, Princess Zelda requests a private audience with Queen Sonia. In the quiet courtyard outside the castle, the pair meet. No guards, no Rauru, just Sonia and Zelda. Except, it's not Zelda at all. It's the mysterious doppelganger, who wastes no time in drawing a Gerudo knife and hurling it towards the Queen. But the blade stops dead, inches from the back of Sonia's head, frozen in time. Sonia turns and faces the doppelganger. She always knew the true purpose of this meeting, and the true identity of this mysterious clone. This is not Zelda, it is a puppet of Ganondorf, an illusion summoned with his dark magic. From behind a stone pillar, the real Zelda steps out, her right hand outstretched, engulfed in a golden light. She had been the one to freeze the dagger in time. Her training with Sonia has allowed her to refine and better control her abilities. With a click of her fingers, Zelda sends the blade spinning back towards the Phantom, where it drops harmlessly at its feet. With a haunting laugh, the doppelganger vanishes into dark magic. But Ganondorf was one step ahead. The Gerudo King emerges from the shadows and hits Sonia in the back with such force that it kills her almost instantly. Before her body even hits the floor, Ganondorf reaches out and rips the secret stone from her neck. Zelda weeps over Sonia's lifeless body, but Ganondorf simply laughs, a wild, vicious laugh that echoes across the plateau. A sick smile on his face, Ganondorf turns and walks away. Sonia's secret stone glows gold in his hand, still marked with the time symbol that reflects the Queen's inner power. But it was her stone no longer. Ganondorf holds the stone in front of him, and it changes to reflect his own magic. The stone grows in size before a new symbol is engraved on its surface, a symbol that represents darkness. Again, secret stones do not grant their wielders new powers, only amplify whatever powers they already have. Ganondorf was, of course, an exceptionally powerful magic user with the ability to control and manipulate dark, evil forces. Now that it is changed to reflect these abilities, Ganondorf's secret stone boosts his power significantly. Zelda can only watch in terror as the skies turn a burning red and Ganondorf is engulfed in an aura of gloom. His secret stone glows and he screams. And Ganondorf, the Gerudo King, is gone. The Demon King stands before Zelda, a colossal blood moon eclipsing the sky behind him. But he wasn't finished yet. He raises his hand and a beam of dark energy launches upwards, striking the clouds and exploding into smaller missiles of gloom, which rain down on Raru's kingdom, each of them congealing into a beast under Ganondorf's control. Raru steps out into the courtyard, too late. He sees Zelda holding Sonia's body and cries out. As he mourns his dead wife, Ganondorf mocks him, claiming that he took the godlike power of the secret stones for granted, and that his queen was merely the first victim of Raru's arrogance. He spits that Raru tried to control him, and that he will die knowing that he failed. This is Ganondorf's jealousy and pride showing. He hated the power that Raru held over him, power that he coveted. Furious, Raru runs towards the Demon King, but is stopped by Zelda, who knows that, despite the King of Light's sacred powers, fighting against Ganondorf would mean certain death. The Demon King raises his hand and sends forth a torrent of gloom towards Raru, who uses his power to shield both himself and Zelda. Without delay, the princess picks up her Pura Pad and uses it to teleport herself and Raru, as well as Sonia's body, to safety, thanks to Minoru's work on enabling the transportation feature in this time. They had escaped, for now, but there was no time for relief. Queen Sonia was dead, and Ganondorf possessed the power of a god. The menace was unleashed. With a secret stone amplifying his powers, there is nothing left that can stand in the Demon King's way. Under the bleeding moon, legions of monsters are born into the world, given a single instruction: to sweep over Hyrule, to eliminate this kingdom and its allies. The conflict that would become known as the Imprisoning War had begun. With the Demon King unleashed, the Hylians weren't the only ones in danger. Just like during the present day, Raru's Hyrule is also home to the winged Rito, the aquatic Zora, and the mighty Gorons of Death Mountain, all of whom were threatened by Ganondorf and his armies. Even the Gerudo, Ganondorf's own people, were not safe. Those that refused to join him were destroyed, and before long, the last free village in the Gerudo Desert fell under his control. In the Forgotten Temple, in the northwest of the kingdom, Raru calls for a summit to discuss the war against the Demon King. The leaders of the Gerudo, Goron, Zora and Rito tribes gather, along with King Raru, his sister Minoru, and Zelda herself. Raru unlocks the door at the back of the temple, where he reveals his secret weapons, 4 additional Zonai secret stones. Zelda, Minoru and Raru himself of course already possess stones, so these 4 are bestowed upon the leaders of the tribes. At first, each stone is gigantic, its surface a plain and unmarked white colour, but once in the possession of new wielders, the stones change to represent their powers, just like Zelda's and Ganondorf's had done. The stones transform to reflect the power of water for the Zora, wind for the Rito, fire for the Goron, and lightning for the Gerudo, boosting each leader's abilities to new heights. We're never told the names of these 4 sages, nor do we learn anything about their history. However, they each wear a mask shaped like an animal, an elephant for the Zora, a bird for the Rito, a salamander for the Goron, and a camel for the Gerudo. These match the designs of the 4 divine beasts, the colossal war engines built by the Sheikah to defend Hyrule against the calamity that occurred 10,000 years before Breath of the Wild. Raru's Hyrule, and these 4 sages, predate the divine beasts, so it seems likely that the Sheikah chose designs to honour these ancient sages, who had fought alongside the king in the earliest recorded conflict with the Demon King. Now each possessing a secret stone, the group of 6 individuals swear to serve Raru, the 7th, and are each granted the title of Sage. This group, the 7 Sages, represents the most powerful individuals in Hyrule at the time, save for the Demon King himself. If there was any force that could stop him, this was it. On the evening before the sages plan to confront the Demon King, Zelda and Raru speak in private. The princess reveals the truth of the event that led to her ending up in the past. She had found a man underground. Now that she has seen Ganondorf transformed by the power of the secret stone, she realizes the man underground was Ganondorf, who had lived on through the ages all the way up until the present day. She believes that the battle tomorrow will not end in victory. She has already seen its outcome, and she knows that they will fail to stop the Demon King. Raru admits that Zelda may be right, but that it is his duty as king to try and protect his people. He blames himself for Ganondorf's ascension. Like he had told Zelda in the throne room, he had known of the Gerudo King's evil nature for a long time, but failed to stop him. Raru says that should they fail tomorrow, then their last line of defense will be Link, Zelda's knight, who carries the legendary blade of Evil's Bane, and will meet Ganondorf in the far future. He believes that the future Zelda knows was one where she had never appeared in the past, and that there is a reason that Zelda was sent back to this time. The following day, the Alliance track Ganondorf down to the depths in the north of central Hyrule, and in an underground chamber, they face the Demon King. They outnumber Ganondorf 7-1, 7 secret stones against Ganondorf's own. All reason suggests that they should be victorious, but Ganondorf's power was beyond anything they could have imagined. The Demon King breaks each and every sage. His Gloom, just like it had done in Zelda's time, decays their weapons in their hands and burns their bodies with dark magic. Zelda's fears had come true. Despite their power, Roru's alliance had failed to stop Ganondorf. Roru, seeing no other option, commits himself to one final act for his kingdom. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and begins to focus his power. Seeing this, the sages launch another attack. They hurl their weapons towards the Demon King, who dodges and parries each of them with ease. Zelda, weak and injured, uses her time powers to recall the weapons back towards Ganondorf, but he'd seen this power before, through the eyes of his phantom Zelda. He turns back towards Raru, ready to end the fight, but Raru isn't there. The King of Light uses the same trick Ganondorf had used to kill Sonia. Zelda's recall attack was a distraction, allowing him to move behind the king unseen. Time seems to slow as Raru closes the distance, his right arm glowing with his power of light, strengthened by his secret stone. With sacred force, he strikes the Demon King in the center of his chest, forming the seal that would bind him for millennia. Ganondorf knows exactly what Raru has done, and what it will mean. He laughs, saying that thousands of years will pass in the blink of an eye. The seal only delays the Demon King's inevitable return. But Raru answers with hope. Because of Zelda, he knows that when the seal breaks, a swordsman who wields the Master Sword will face him. Ganondorf spits his final words in this time. He says Link's name and that he looks forward to their meeting. Raru and Ganondorf freeze in place. The light fades from their eyes, and the maelstrom of sacred energy erupting from the King of Light slows into a glacial coil. It seems that Raru's seal on Ganondorf works in a similar way to the Shrines of Light, structures built by Sonia and himself to seal away monsters that had threatened his kingdom. The foundation of this seal is Raru's power of light, a direct counter to Ganondorf's own dark magic. The Imprisoning War is over, the King of Darkness is sealed, and the King of Light with him. The pair would remain here, petrified for thousands upon thousands of years, in what became known as the Imprisoning Chamber. To ensure that the king's magic held, the Hylians constructed a new castle directly on top of this sacred site. This was built to be the new seat of the royal family, Raru's descendants, but more importantly, it was a fortress, designed to protect the seal from disturbance. The castle became the literal heart of the kingdom, not only located in the very center of Hyrule, but critical to its survival. Raru's strength contained the Demon King's powers, but not entirely. As strong as this seal was, Ganondorf was stronger. His hatred seeped out from his chest in thick, red fog. Deep below Hyrule's surface, the sheer force of his rage boiled like the heart of a volcano for millennia, until it erupted into Calamity Ganon, emerging from directly below the castle. This monstrosity was defeated, however, by a princess of Hyrule and a warrior wielding the soul of a hero, but not forever. Raru's seal imprisoned Ganondorf himself, but he had unknowingly trapped Hyrule into a terrible cycle. Every 10,000 years, the Demon King's hatred would manifest as a calamity, claw its way out from below Hyrule Castle, and try to burn the kingdom to the ground. The calamity was formed from malice, which differed from gloom. Gloom appears to be the direct, dark magic of Ganondorf himself, while malice instead seems to be a physical manifestation of his unstoppable rage. This happened time and time again, right up to the ancient Calamity, 10,000 years before Breath of the Wild, the foe defeated with the help of the divine beasts. Interestingly, this calamity appears to have been repelled not by a Hylian Link, but a hero from a different race entirely. The ancient hero's aspect, granted to Link for completing all of Raru's Shrines of Light, transforms Link into the ancient hero, the warrior shown on Impa's tapestry. This hero wears Zonite armor, which would have been incredibly ancient in this time, but he doesn't seem to be a Zonai. His ears are much smaller and his skin is more green than the Zonai's grey. He also has red hair and a tail, neither of which are present on Raru or Minoru. Whatever the truth about this ancient hero is, his victory was immortalized in legend, setting the stage for the most recent emergence of Ganon. This ancient calamity caused a split in the Sheikah tribe when their technology was banished by a fearful king. Most fled into the arms of their goddess Hylia, but others grew to hate the kingdom that had punished them, the ancestors of those who would form the Yiga clan. 10,000 years later, the calamity struck again. Ganon used Sheikah tech to build temporary bodies, like the Blights. When it's fought in Hyrule Castle, it bursts from a cocoon, where it had been desperately trying to form a new body, and was forced to fight Link in an incomplete state. Given that Ganondorf's actual body was sealed deep underneath the castle, the calamities that emerged on the surface seemed to be desperate, subconscious attempts to create a new one outside of the seal, appearing again and again throughout history, until the most recent one managed to weaken Raru's hold. It seems that the Great Calamity was the most destructive of all calamities. Ganon occupied Hyrule Castle for 100 years, and the ancient structure fell into ruin. Though the beast was eventually destroyed by Link and Zelda, the damage to the castle was severe enough to disturb the seal it was built upon. Raru's hold on the Demon King weakened ever so slightly, but this was enough for Ganondorf to begin building his power once again. So even though the princess and the hero had ended the calamity, their kingdom wasn't yet free. Gloom began seeping from deep below the castle, poisoning those who came close. This, in turn, caused Link and Zelda to investigate, and the pair entered the forbidden tunnels that lead to the Imprisoning Chamber, eventually stumbling onto Hyrule's oldest secret. After so many thousands of years, Ganondorf has withered, his ancient skin pulled tight over sinewy muscle and dry bone. But Raru has fared worse. All that remains of the King of Light is his sealing hand, complete with his secret stone hanging from his wrist. As soon as Link and Zelda enter the Imprisoning Chamber, Raru's hand lets Ganondorf go. It's as if he had been desperately holding on with the very last of his strength, and let go once he sensed the arrival of Zelda and the swordsman she had promised would defeat the Demon King. The secret stone that Zelda picked up was Raru's Light Stone, only when she touches it, it changes to reflect her power of time. This substantially boosts an ability she doesn't even know she has at this point, to the level where, when she falls, she's able to subconsciously warp to the distant past. When the seal breaks, Ganondorf sends Gloom upwards, pushing an ornate Zonai pillar. This, in turn, lifts Hyrule Castle, opening a great chasm and once again seizing the kingdom's capital as a trophy. Again, this castle was built in this place to protect this seal, and now it's been forcibly moved, like a cork from a bottle of incredibly angry champagne. The upheaval begins. But Zelda's journey in the distant past hadn't ended with Raru's sacrifice, of course. Though this was the event that would eventually set the entire plot in motion, Zelda remained stuck in this time after this, with Sonia dead and Raru sealed. Even before the showdown with Ganondorf, she understood the truth of her situation. By travelling back through time, she had entered a time loop. In the distant past, she helped create the very situation that led to her travelling back in the first place. But why? There must be a reason, some purpose for her to fulfill in the distant past. Zelda stands in the Temple of Time on the Great Plateau, alone. She thinks of Raru's sacrifice, of his promise that Link would meet Ganondorf in the future. But she knows how this future will play out. Even after so many years of imprisonment, the Demon King will still be too strong. His gloom will break the Master Sword and critically injure Link. For a brief moment, Zelda despairs and admits to herself that she doubts that Link will be strong enough to defeat him. Suddenly, Zelda's secret stone glows. Something calls to her, and she steps outside of the temple's back door, out onto the long southern pathway. At the end, she discovers a glowing golden orb. Her stone shines again as her time powers surge, and the decayed Master Sword appears before her, what remains of the Blade of Evil's Bane after the attack in the far future. The sword pulses with a blue light as Fi speaks to the princess. Fi is known as the voice within the sword, the spirit created by the goddess Hylia in a distant age. Fi is, in essence, the consciousness of the Master Sword, designed to serve the hero who wields it. After Demise's defeat at the end of Skyward Sword, she had lain dormant, but could still communicate to those with sacred powers, like Zelda during Breath of the Wild. At the end of that game, when Zelda's long struggle to save her kingdom had ended, she claimed that she was no longer able to hear the voice within the sword, a sign that her sacred powers were fading, and that she was no longer bound to the path that destiny had chosen for her. Now that her kingdom needs her strength once again, her powers return, and she's able to hear the voice. Fi assures her that, in the future, Link survives the Demon King's attack, and claims that the Master Sword has travelled back through time to reach Zelda and recover its strength. Finally, she understands her purpose, to heal the blade with her power of light, to become the weapon with which Link will defeat the darkness. King Raru was sealed below the ground, but the other sages had survived the battle. One by one, Zelda travels to each of them and warns them of the future. She tells the Rito, Zora, Goron and Gerudo sages about Link, and how, in the distant future, he will face the Demon King when the seal breaks. She knows that he will not be able to defeat Ganondorf by himself, and so asks each sage for their support, that their descendants would awaken as a new generation of sages, to fight alongside her knight. Each sage not only promised Zelda this, but also to leave their secret stones in the safety of their temples, where they could eventually be recovered by their distant descendants. Zelda also visits Minoru, the Sage of Spirit, who was terribly injured from the confrontation with the Demon King, and explains how the decayed Master Sword arrived from the future. She remembers how, when she discovered Ganondorf's body, even the tiniest sliver of the Blade of Evil's Bane had been able to cut the Demon King's flesh and boil his blood. If the sword had been stronger, it would have been a weapon that could oppose him, a sword to seal his darkness. Zelda tells Minoru what the Deku Tree had said, that the Master Sword can absorb sacred power, to not only heal itself, like it had done for a century before Breath of the Wild, but grow indefinitely stronger. Because Zelda not only possessed time powers, but also the same sacred light powers that Raru had wielded, she could pour this light into the blade. Minoru estimates that it would take centuries for the blade to become strong enough. There would be no way for Zelda to provide the blade with her sacred power for long enough, except for the forbidden act, draconification. Minoru objects. If Zelda goes through with this, she will never be able to return to her original self. She would lose everything that makes her her. Her body, mind, and soul would be lost. But Zelda understands this. She knows just how terrible this sacrifice will be, but that this is her purpose. This is why she was sent back, how she can turn the tides in Link's favour. She must restore the Master Sword to its original strength, and beyond, and deliver it into the hands of her chosen knight. Minoru sees Zelda's determination and concedes. She says that, as a Zonai, she shares the blame for these events. After all, it was a Zonai secret stone that had amplified Ganondorf's powers to such terrifying heights. She, too, commits herself to saving the future and puts her faith in Link. As the Sage of Spirits, she also controlled one of Hyrule's temples, the Spirit Temple, found in the depths below the Faron region. The Spirit's Temple was found only a short distance from the construct factory where she had experimented with building vessels for her spirit, but her secret stone was housed in the safety of the temple itself. Together with Minoru and the other sages, Zelda lays the foundations for another plan to help Link in the future, the raising of the Sky Islands. The Chamberlain's tablets mention that they were a first-hand witness to the lifting of the Temple of Time, which, under Zelda's instruction and the power of the sages, was raised skyward so that it, and the surrounding area, could become a sanctuary for Link to recover in after the attack. The area directly north of the Temple of Time, originally known as the Garden of Time, was raised with it. The Chamberlain's tablets were also lifted into the sky, so that Link could eventually uncover the history of this ancient royal family. With the plans for the future decided, Zelda and Minoru say their final goodbyes, and reach the point of no return. The princess returns to the platform at the back of the Temple of Time, which is still on the Great Plateau. This shouldn't be the case. The Chamberlain's tablets describe Zelda as working with Minoru to raise the temple and the Garden of Time, yet it is still found on the surface during Zelda and Minoru's farewell. It could instead be the case that the temple and surrounding land was raised by the sages sometime after this point under Zelda's instruction, but the timeline of these events is slightly unclear. Regardless, Zelda stands on the platform, holding her Purapad. Minoru has already separated her spirit from her body, and instead chooses to house herself within the device itself, where she can remain until the distant future to assist in the final battle. The Purapad is given to a steward construct for safekeeping, with instructions to deliver it into Link's hands. Zelda, however, could not separate spirit from flesh. She had only one way to reach the future and provide assistance to her hero, by sacrificing her very self. Looking down at the shattered Master Sword, Zelda promises once more to restore it, to transform it into the weapon that will defeat the Demon King. She tears her secret stone from her neck and braces herself. She may be trapped in another time, but she was still her Hyrule's princess. Like Rauru had said, it was her duty to give everything to protect it. She swallows the stone and the sky darkens. What she had just done was wrong, an act so terrible that the Zonai had forbidden it. She would never die. She would endure forever as a being beyond her understanding, all to protect her kingdom, her people, and her Link. For a second, nothing happens, until a golden light explodes from her chest. Racked with an agonizing pain, she reaches out with shaking hands and grabs the Master Sword, and clutches it close to her chest. She is terrified. She has brought an overwhelming power upon herself, a power that would strip her of everything. In her final moments, she again calls out to Link,
Protect them all!
A gigantic sphere of light rushes outwards, completely swallowing the princess. The same light that had appeared when she had used her sacred light powers against the Calamity. The 4 remaining sages can only watch from near the castle as Zelda is consumed, and a dragon emerges from the light. As it winds its way up into the sky, the light dragon roars, a terrible, heartbreaking cry. Zelda's golden hair has transformed into the dragon's mane, and the Master Sword itself is fastened onto her forehead. Though Zelda's eyes have been twisted by the power of the Secret Stone, they show that some part of the princess's consciousness lives on. As the dragon ascends, it weeps, and its great tears rain down across the kingdom. It twists through the clouds, then vanishes. Zelda is gone, and only the light dragon remains. The light dragon roamed above the clouds for thousands and thousands of years. All the while, Rauru and Ganondorf remained sealed below the castle. It lived as Hyrule rose and fell and rose again, as calamities emerged and were repelled time after time. At many points throughout Hyrule's history, this would mean that there were 2 Zeldas alive at the same time. Whatever princess of Hyrule was born on the surface, and the light dragon, hidden far above the clouds. This dragon existed even during the Great Calamity, when a younger version of itself, the princess who would become the dragon, fought to defend Hyrule against Ganon's malice. For ages beyond count, the Master Sword was bathed in the light dragon's sacred power. The scars of the Demon King's wounds were healed, restoring the blade first to its original strength, then beyond. Zelda's sacrifice meant that the blade would absorb enough power that Ganondorf could never break it again. This also means that, for much of Hyrule's history, 2 Master Swords existed. We don't know anything about the whereabouts of the blade during the distant past, but at some point between this time and the present day, it must have appeared, in order for it to be used by the hero during the ancient Calamity, and for it to be enshrined in the Korok Forest before Breath of the Wild. And all the while, the same sword, just at a different point in its timeline, was stuck in the head of the light dragon far above. At some point during these many ages, a new Temple of Time was constructed on the Great Plateau, one closely resembling that found in Ocarina of Time, while the original remained above the clouds, forgotten. Zelda's draconification brings the other dragons into question. Dinral, Naydra, and Farosh are the servants of the springs, described as ancient spirits who took the form of dragons. Minoru stresses that the consumption of a secret stone to cause draconification is strictly forbidden, a legend passed down by her people. So there is precedent for ancient Zonai having swallowed secret stones and become eternal dragons, a terrible sacrifice. Dinral, Naydra, and Farosh in particular seem to have been worshipped by the Zonai, represented by the Ember, Frostbite, and Charged robes, said to have been used in ancient rituals. Their faces are notably different to the light dragons, with much longer ears and hair like Raru's. Perhaps they were ancient Zonai, long before Raru's time, who made the forbidden sacrifice. With the full story of the Imprisoning War complete, we can return to the murals found just below Hyrule Castle. These were obviously built sometime after the war ended, to immortalise Hyrule's history and to act as a warning for what lurked in the next chamber. Again, Link and Zelda eventually encounter murals showing the Zonai's original descent to the surface, Rauru and Sonia founding Hyrule, Ganondorf killing Sonia and taking her secret stone, and the Demon King leading his armies against Hyrule. But there were 3 more murals hidden under piles of stone. This can eventually be cleared by Link at the very end of the game, revealing the story's conclusion. First, a mural depicting Rauru and the 6 sages, complete with their secret stones, facing off against the Demon King. Notably, Princess Zelda herself is depicted here, even though these murals existed long before Zelda ever travelled to the past. The next murals continue her story, We see Zelda at the Temple of Time, receiving the broken Master Sword from Link through a portal to the future. And finally, we see her sacrifice. The Light Dragon climbs into the heavens, with the Master Sword buried in its head. Zelda's story is a time loop. She had always travelled back to the past to set these events up. She was always involved with Ganondorf's imprisonment, even before she claimed Raru's secret stone. This is the reason that Ganondorf already knows Link and Zelda's names. Even at the beginning of the game, before we see her time travel, it's already happened. The past is already written. The ink is dry. Like the Great Calamity that brought Zelda's Hyrule to its knees, the Imprisoning War was a tragedy. The young kingdom had lost its beloved king and queen, and Zelda sacrificed herself to an eternal solitude in the sky. Everything rested on the shoulders of a warrior in the distant future. Ganondorf's resurrection changed Hyrule forever. The kingdom's princess and her chosen knight seemingly both disappeared on their expedition below the surface. Hyrule Castle itself was thrust into the sky, floating above a gigantic pit of gloom. The world shook and the earth split, opening up not only entrances to deep networks of caves, but chasms, like red wounds on Hyrule's surface, each a portal to the hellish depths below. And stranger still, floating islands appeared in the sky. Chunks of ancient stone rained down from above. This event became known as the Upheaval. A kingdom just barely beginning to rebuild was once again thrown into chaos. The re-emergence of Ganondorf's power affected Hyrule in different ways. The first, and most dangerous, was the return of his monsters in full force. Ganondorf's minions are stronger even than those who followed the Calamity Ganon. Each is equipped with a deadly horn, and rather than being scattered in small encampments, they begin to organize themselves into more dangerous groups. Pirates raid the coasts and rivers, and crude fortresses are built, controlled by powerful bokoblin leaders. The Upheaval also marks the return of ancient terrors like the Gleeok, a mighty three-headed dragon. The Demon King's corrosive gloom also had the countrywide effect of decaying weapons. Just like the ancient sages' weapons during their confrontation, and the Master Sword itself, all blades across Hyrule are corroded by the substance. Worse still, the kingdom becomes once again trapped in the terrible cycle of the Blood Moon. Just like when the Calamity Ganon lurked in the castle, Ganondorf's power occasionally surges, summoning a cruel phenomenon where all of his slain monsters return to life. Hyrule is trapped in a war against the Demon King's never-ending armies, forced to defend their country with broken weapons. The breaking of the seal coincided with the appearance of Sky Islands all across Hyrule, all Zonai in origin. They are suspended by their magic and populated by constructs, their mechanical servants. Most impressive of all is the Great Sky Island, a gigantic landmass floating in the southeast of central Hyrule. These islands have existed somewhere in Hyrule's skies ever since the time of King Raru. How they were hidden all this time, and why they appear now that Ganondorf has returned, is something of a mystery. We can only assume that this was all designed by the ancients as part of a greater plan. It's possible that, up until now, the Zonai's Sky Islands were obscured by the Cloud Barrier. This was a magical plane built by the goddess Hylia long before the events of Skyward Sword, in order to hide Skyloft and protect it from demise on the surface. The barrier renders anything above it completely invisible from the surface, and travel between the ground and sky is only possible after parts of the barrier are dispelled. Ruins rained down from the sky. which of course attracted the attention of Zelda's Zonai survey team. The group began investigating the Zonai relics as soon as they fell, in particular the peculiar ring-shaped ruins that reigned on Kakariko Village, which became the team's de facto base. The team noted the sudden appearance of glowing rocks, which they decided to name shrines, correctly identifying them as Zonai Shrines of Light, created by Rauru in the distant past. These appeared overnight. Nobody knows how or why, if they fell from the sky or emerged from the ground. With Link and Zelda mysteriously vanishing below the castle, a search and rescue operation was organised by Pura, based at Lookout Landing. Wanted posters were drawn up and pasted around, and search parties routinely scoured the castle for any sign of the missing pair. The giant Sheikah telescope from the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab was moved to central Hyrule, where it was pointed at the newly floating Hyrule Castle for observation. The upheaval had caused Hyrule to mobilize and focus its strength, desperate to solve its mysteries and defend themselves from its dangers. Their salvation would come from the skies. Link wakes in an unfamiliar cave, full of giant roots and old stone. It's unclear how much time has passed since the events in the imprisoning chamber, but it's likely not much more than a few weeks. He finds that his right arm, that had been terribly wounded by Ganondorf's attack, has been healed somehow. It now glows with a green light and is covered in an ornate brace. Not only had Rauru's arm caught Link from falling and hauled him up into the safety of the skies, it had fused with Link's lost limb. Through the arm, the King of Light speaks to Link, glad that the knight has woken up. He explains that Link's arm was beyond saving and needed replacing to stop the affliction from endangering him any further, as well as cryptically mentioning that he has heard a lot about the hero from Zelda. At this point, Link knows nothing about Zelda's fate. He knows that she fell into a crevice deep below the castle, but not that she ended up in the past. Rauru, of course, knows her story up until his confrontation with Ganondorf. He knows that she time-travelled to his era. Just nearby, Link finds the Master Sword, buried in roots. With his new arm, he draws the sword, but it's decayed. It has been ravaged by Gloom, and half of the blade is missing. What little remains looks like it's been melted, and its sacred power has all but withered away. Regardless, with the sword on his back, Link leaves the Room of Awakening, makes his way through ancient Zonai tunnels, and out into broad daylight. He leaps from a podium and begins his first fall through the open sky. Injured, confused, but nonetheless determined, Link's adventure begins. After landing on the Great Sky Island, breaking his fall in a deep lake, Link is greeted by a steward construct, which delivers to him the Pura Pad. This construct is the same one Zelda gave the device to just before she swallowed her secret stone, and has held it for thousands of years. This device still contains Mineru's spirit, though for the time being she's not able to communicate. And of course, it features a map function, which curiously shows Zelda's location as inside the Temple of Time. The construct describes this area as the Garden of Time, a site of ancient ceremonies surrounding the temple, now abandoned and forgotten. During Rauru and Sonia's time, this landmass was found on Hyrule's surface, evident from the presence of the Zonai Temple of Time that had originally been found on the Great Plateau, until it was raised by the power of the sages under Zelda's instruction, specifically to serve as a safe haven where Link could recover from the Gloom. Link finds that Rauru's arm is able to activate Zonai locks, just like the ones the king opened in the past. He begins to explore the Great Sky Island, a sad, lonely place with seas of golden trees, and in their shadows, the ruins of homes and temples from the distant past. He follows the Purapad's guidance and travels to the Temple of Time, but he finds its door tightly locked. His arm glows and Rauru's voice once again sounds out, and this time it's accompanied by his spirit. With no physical body remaining, the King of Light is forced to stand before Link as a spectre, and explains that the hero's right arm originally belonged to him. He claims that his arm should have the power to open the Temple of Time's door, like how it can open other Zonai locks, but that it must have lost some of its sacred light over the thousands of years it imprisoned Ganondorf. He directs Link to visit the Shrines of Light found on the island, the holy structures he had created long ago to seal and purify evil, sanctuaries filled with his own power. Link journeys across the Great Sky Island, finding and visiting 3 shrines. It seems that they no longer only serve their original purpose of warding away evil, they now house challenges for Link, which, just like the ancient Sheikah shrines from Breath of the Wild, are designed to train and temper him into a weapon capable of defeating evil. The light within each of them is enough to restore one of the abilities Rauru's arm has lost. Ultra Hand, the ability to move and manipulate objects, Fuse, the power to combine materials and weapons, and Ascend, the power to swim upwards through solid objects. At the end of each shrine, Link finds a statue of its creators, King Rauru and Queen Sonia, at the base of a spiral of sacred energy. Each shrine grants him a light of blessing, a crystal glowing with Rauru's power that purges the evil that still lurks within Link after Ganondorf's assault, bringing him a step closer to recovering the strength he lost to the Gloom. At various points on this lonely island, Rauru's spirit can be found quietly observing the remains of his Garden of Time. He watches the constructs, still quietly carrying out their duties after all this time, and finds it unsettling that they continue even now. For millennia, the constructs have continued to serve masters that no longer exist. They cook and clean and protect the Sky Islands, entirely unaware that they are now the caretakers of ruins. Some constructs have stopped working entirely and are now found broken and half buried in ancient dust. Rauru notes that he had created the steward constructs first, and the others came later, that they each became so skilled at their tasks that he began learning from them. He also claims that Zonai devices, gadgets like wings and fans and rockets, were the pinnacle of his technology, that with them he built an advanced civilization that flourished for many years. At one point, the steward construct which had given Link the Purapad catches up with him to provide him with another tool, a Zonai energy cell. This can be fueled with crystallized charges, and then used to provide energy for nearby Zonai technology, allowing Link to use the machinery to his advantage. Rauru's spirit stands and takes in the magnificence of the Temple of Time, and explains that this was once a quiet place, the silence only ever broken by the ringing of the time bell every morning and evening. Both the Zonai and their constructs woke and rested on the chimes of this bell, and it played a role in their traditions and ceremonies. The temple itself, and its time bell, were this place's beating heart. He also muses that, in his time, the Garden of Time was found not in the sky but on the surface, showing that he was not aware of Zelda's plan to lift the Temple of Time into the sky for Link to awaken there. However, it was Rauru's hand that had caught Link and dragged him up into the sky. In the distant past, Zelda had warned Rauru of the seal breaking and of Ganondorf's attack. So perhaps the two had always planned for the King of Light to take Link to the Room of Awakening after the Demon King's resurrection, but was unaware that it, and the Great Sky Island below it, would be lifted skyward by Zelda after the Imprisoning War ended. Once Link has strengthened his arm with 3 Lights of Blessing, he's able to unlock the Temple of Time's door and enter the Sanctuary. Inside, he finds a room of spinning gears, just like those in the room where he awoke, but more importantly, a giant, translucent projection of a Zonai secret stone, glowing yellow, marked with the unmistakable symbol for time. Link touches the stone, and a blinding light fills the room. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a strange place, an illusory plane with endless fog in every direction, and the symbol for time projected in the air. In front of Link, Princess Zelda herself appears, her eyes closed and her hands cupped together. Behind her are the altar and spinning gears from the Temple of Time. Zelda holds out her right arm, and Link reaches up to grasp her hand in his. Immediately, Zelda glows a brilliant gold, a light which travels down her arm, through her hand, and into Link, whose right arm shines with the same light before it concentrates on the back of his hand and forms the symbol for time. Another flash of light brings Link back into the Temple of Time, and Zelda has gone. Raru's spirit appears to explain. Link's right arm now possesses the recall ability, the same power used by Zelda and Sonia, where an object can be traced backwards through time. Rauru notes that this mysterious projection of the princess is a mystery even to him. One possibility is that, from the distant past, she was able to use her powers to create an echo through time, so that in some way, she could reach Link and share her ability with him. She had stood in this same spot in the Temple of Time in the past, shortly after Rauru had sealed the Demon King. Of course, Zelda exists in the present too. Thousands of years ago, she performed the forbidden act of draconification in order to empower the Master Sword, transforming her into the Light Dragon. This stripped Zelda of almost everything that made her her, dooming her to wander the skies, alone, forever. The Light Dragon is not mindless though. She's still aware of her purpose and her plan. She circles just behind the Temple of Time, so it's possible that she's able to project a ghostly image of herself and her secret stone through sheer force of will. Regardless of how she achieves it though, Zelda is powerful enough to share her ability to rewind time with Link, allowing him to manipulate the spinning gears and climb to the back of the temple. Here, a lone statue of the goddess Hylia sits in front of a colossal door. The hero places his hands onto the markings and pushes with all his might, but it's not enough. Raru's spirit explains that the door is a test of Link's vitality, and Ganondorf's attack has left him too weak to open it. However, there remains one more Shrine of Light on the Great Sky Island, found just above the Room of Awakening. Completing this shrine, which focuses on using the recall ability, grants Link his 4th Light of Blessing, which, just like Spirit Orbs in Breath of the Wild, can be offered at a goddess statue for a heart container or stamina vessel. Finally, with a tiny part of his original strength restored, Link is able to throw open the stone doors and step out into the back of the Temple of Time. Raru's spirit appears before Link one last time. Keeping Ganondorf sealed for thousands of years withered his strength. Now, he passes the torch to Zelda's knight. He says that he is happy that he and Link finally met, and that he is exactly as Zelda said. With that, the King of Light's spirit disappears, fading into tiny particles that dance away on the wind. Link finds himself on a long, broken bridge, jutting out from the temple into the open sky. This bridge was originally a pathway out from the back of the Temple of Time, the very same spot where Zelda once stood in the distant past. But now that the structure is suspended in the air, it's considerably more dangerous, and the hero needs to make use of his arm's new abilities to reach the end. Here, Link is met with a strange, golden orb of light. When he reaches it, it causes the recall symbol on the back of his hand to glow. The orb pulses twice, and to Link's surprise, the Master Sword does the same. It glows and calls out twice, the voice of Phi, the spirit of the sword. Link holds the broken blade up to the light, the time bell chimes, and the Master Sword vanishes. Through an exceptionally powerful version of recall, the blade travels back through time, moving thousands upon thousands of years into the past, where it eventually reaches Princess Zelda. Zelda had called the Master Sword all the way from the distant past, opening a rift in time through which Link can send the blade using his own recall power. It doesn't seem like this was an intentional decision from Zelda. It's like her powers activated subconsciously, just like they had done when she first travelled through time to the past. The princess is more powerful than even she is aware of, and her deep strength can awaken when it is most needed. Zelda finally understands her purpose, but in the exact same spot, thousands of years in the future, stands Link, incredibly confused. The Master Sword vanished in front of his eyes, before a mighty roar echoes through the skies. The light dragon bursts through the clouds, scattering them and revealing the surface below. If the Sky Islands were originally hidden above the cloud barrier, then it seems that the light dragon fully breaks it here, opening up the kingdom of Hyrule to Link. Zelda's voice sounds out, again either as an echo through time or from the light dragon herself.
Link! Link! You must find me.
Making Link's goal clear. He must find his princess. Without fear, Link leaps from the Great Sky Island and plummets towards the land below. Despite reaching terminal velocity, a lake is enough to break his fall, just like it had been when he fell from the Room of Awakening. He dries himself off, gets his bearings, and begins another journey through this familiar land, heading for Lookout Landing. People are stunned by his arrival. Link returns as if from beyond the grave. Just as Hyrule once again collapsed into chaos, he had vanished, and yet here he is, defying death, having fallen from the skies like the gods of old. Outside of the main building, Link meets Joshua, a young apprentice working under the scientists Purah and Robbie. Though they've apparently never met, she immediately recognizes Link and calls for Purah, who bursts out of her study, disheveled and amazed. She listens keenly as the hero explains his story so far, ending with Zelda's voice mysteriously calling out to Link after the light dragon parted the clouds. Again, almost nobody surviving in the present day is aware of what has happened to Zelda. Her journey in the time of Hyrule's founding is remembered only by ancient relics, like the Chamberlain's tablets or the murals, spirits such as Rauru, Minoru and the ancient sages, and the Demon King himself. Purah directs Link to Hyrule Castle, where the search party has continued to hunt tirelessly for the princess and her hero. With the castle itself suspended in the air by a stone column that rises out of the Great Chasm, only a small amount of the structure is accessible to the search party, like the first gatehouse, the docks and the lockup, and multiple winding passageways that tunnel through the stone beneath their feet. One such passageway leads all the way south from the castle, where it connects with Lookout Landing's emergency shelter, a secret hideout found beneath the new town that was once used by the Hyrulean royal family in times of danger. Before the town was built, this place was known as the Sacred Grounds, an incredibly important structure used in ceremonies, like the appointment of Link as Zelda's chosen knight. But now, the royal family are long gone, and their only surviving member, Zelda, has vanished. The head of the search party is Captain Hoz, found atop the first gatehouse, peering fruitlessly into the Great Chasm. He's understandably shocked to find Link alive, but worries that Zelda still eludes them. Suddenly, a voice cries out. The princess has been spotted. Atop one of the castle's broken towers, Zelda stands, looking back at Link and the search party. Wordlessly, she looks to the skies, then begins to levitate, floating upwards until she vanishes in a flash of light. This is, of course, not Zelda. It's a puppet of Ganondorf, exactly the same magic he used in the distant past to try and assassinate Sonia. Link, however, is still only beginning to piece together what has happened since the upheaval, and the apparition spooks Captain Hoz enough for the search party to withdraw from the castle. Link reports back to Purah, who decides that they should change their approach to the problem and instead focus on research into the upheaval. To do this, she needs to finish setting up the Skyview Towers, the structures built by Hudson Construction that use Sheikah technology to scan their surroundings. Joshua pulls a switch, and every Skyview Tower, in all corners of Hyrule, sends up a flare as it activates. The reason that Purah hadn't activated the towers earlier was that, to actually produce the map of an area, they require someone to be launched into the sky above, and manually scan the surroundings with the Purah pad. This isn't something just anyone could accomplish. Only Link, an adept at paragliding from his previous adventure, can do it. So Purah gives Link a new paraglider, and then, in a cutscene that evokes more than a little bit of a Wind Waker feeling, launches him into the sky, where he scans the surroundings and sends the data back along a wire. Processed data returns along the same cord, and the surroundings map is loaded onto the tablet. Now that he's in possession of a map of the surrounding area, Purah points out 4 regional phenomena, areas that had been particularly affected by the upheaval. In the distant past, Zelda had sown the seeds of Link's journey by planning with the ancient sages for their successors to awaken alongside Ganondorf. But when the Demon King had returned, he specifically targeted these regions, knowing that each contained a secret stone that could be used against him, and created monsters that would disrupt these areas and their people. Freeing these regions, and awakening a new order of sages to fight the revived Demon King, is the main focus of Link's quest. Purah's assistant, Joshua, is the head of Depths Research, responsible for studying the incredibly creepy underworld found at the bottom of the chasms that had opened up since the upheaval. The Depths have been separated from Hyrule since ancient times, but always lurked beneath it. Together with Robbie, Link investigates the central Hyrule chasm, learning the use of light roots, connected to Raru's shrines of light above them, to illuminate the darkness. Research into the depths had only recently begun, but Joshua and her team have already made significant progress. They've begun to piece together a stone mural showing an ancient people who lived in the depths, the Zonai. The depths contain statues of Gorons, Zora, Gerudo, and Rito, the 4 non-Hylian tribes, but also these, with strange, somewhat frog-like heads and one fist in the air. These statues represent a 5th race during the distant past, one who lived and mined in the depths. It's implied that these people were the Zonai, but the statues look nothing like Rauru and Minoru, the two remaining Zonai during the time of Hyrule's founding. The statues could depict whatever race the ancient hero was. The face shape is similar, but the statues lack a tail. Perhaps they were a different type or class of Zonai, or an entirely different species who once lived in this subterranean world. Eventually, with Link's help, Josh's research progresses. She completes this ancient mural, depicting Rauru using a magical ability in an underground temple, what is now the Central Abandoned Mine, one of the facilities the Zonai had used to process Zonite into energy. Curiously, all of the Zonai mines in the depths are situated directly beneath the locations of towns on the surface, and the central mine is no different. Although the Great Plateau is now in ruins, it was once the center of Raru's Kingdom of Hyrule. It was where his Temple of Time and Hyrule Castle were found. As the old man states in Breath of the Wild, it was the birthplace of the kingdom. But now that the Zonai are gone, their mines are empty, abandoned by all but constructs and the spirits of the dead. But the central abandoned mine isn't abandoned anymore. During Breath of the Wild, Link was tasked with retrieving the Thunder Helm, a priceless artifact stolen from the Gerudo. It was stolen by the Yiga clan, a militant group of Sheikah whose ancestry traces back to the split in the tribe, when an old king had outlawed their advanced technology. Relatively recently, these shunned Sheikah began to worship Ganon, lurking in an old Gerudo shrine north of the desert. They were led by Master Koga, a bumbling yet lovable idiot who, during his showdown with Link, ends up defeating himself and falling down a seemingly bottomless pit. But this wasn't the end of Koga. This hole, it turns out, led to the depths. The Yiga Master survived and had discovered an entire new world. Over the next few years, the Yiga clan had expanded into the depths. They built strongholds and storerooms, and even began to experiment with ancient Zonai technology, building defense systems and vehicles with incredible names, like the Gloom Dredger or Hoverdoom Mark III. Master Koga commanded an almost godlike presence among the Yiga clan, but he himself worshipped a greater evil, Ganondorf. The Yiga clan had sworn allegiance to the Calamity Ganon over a century earlier, and now that the true threat had awoken, the fallen Sheikah once again gathered to support him, calling him the Magnificent One. Koga and the Yiga live for vengeance, sworn to bring ruin upon Princess Zelda and her kingdom, and, of course, to kill their greatest enemy, Link. One focus of the Yiga clan's expeditions into the depths was searching for a forgotten Zonai power. The clan pored through musty old texts and hunted through ancient Zonai ruins, all in search of the auto-build power, the ability to instantly replicate Zonai vehicles, rather than painstakingly building them by hand. So when Link just strolls into the central abandoned mine and takes the power for himself, Koga is understandably quite annoyed. Because Link now possesses King Raru's right arm, he's able to open Zonai seals, something which is completely impossible for the Yiga, barring them from activating the constructs and unlocking the Zonai's secrets. Link encounters the Yiga Master multiple times throughout the depths, at the abandoned mines underneath the towns. At each of them, Koga vows to destroy Link, using increasingly ridiculous vehicles. But no matter what monstrosity he brings to bear against the hero, it inevitably has the same result, leaving Koga battered and bruised, and his inventions in broken pieces. Koga eventually gives up on trying to steal the auto-build power back from Link, and instead commits himself to Plan B. He claims that the Yiga have been gathering as much Zonai energy as they can, in the form of the crystallized charges that Link can use to expand his own Zonai energy cells in order to build a final weapon, an ultimate machine to offer to the Demon King, with which he will bring the world to its end. This weapon is a giant construct, exactly like the one built by Minoru in the distant past as a vessel for her spirit. This had been her greatest achievement, a machine so large that Zelda once rode on its shoulders. Koga's construct is, of course, decorated with Yiga symbols, and uses powers like force shields and spiked projectiles against Link. But even this isn't enough. Koga has only one option left, a brand new technique he developed in the deepest darkness of the darkest depths, the Koga Rocket. But just like he had done during his first showdown with Link during Breath of the Wild, Koga's ultimate technique ends up defeating himself. The Koga Rocket instead hits its master, sending him careening through the depths like a human firework, launching him up through a chasm where he vanishes, all the while screaming that he will have his revenge. Link's quest through the depths gives an insight into the mysteries of the ancient Zonai and their mining operations. But his main journey takes place in the world above, where he rallies Hyrule together against the evil that threatens it. Link soon discovers that there is a sinister truth behind the mystery of Zelda's whereabouts. He and the search party weren't the only ones to see a figure resembling the princess since her disappearance. All across Hyrule there are reports of encounters with a woman who looks like Zelda, yet has cold, dead eyes like a doll. Ganondorf had fallen into the deepest reaches of the depths after he awoke, but just like he had done in the distant past, he began to use his magic to manipulate the kingdom through a phantom saboteur. This puppet Zelda interfered with Hyrule's reparations, causing distress and confusion at stables, and even forbidding anyone, even the Zonai survey team, from inspecting the floating ring ruin in Kakariko village. Though some noted the uncanny nature of this phantom, it was enough to fool the entire kingdom and disrupt it from within. At this point, even Link is unaware of the figure's true identity and purpose, and this phantom was involved in the orchestration of existential threats in Hyrule's 4 main regions. During the Upheaval, the Hebra region, home to the airborne Rito tribe, became shrouded in an endless blizzard. The blistering cold means that travel to their village is almost impossible, creating a food shortage. The Rito believe, quite sensibly, that the source of this blizzard must be the gigantic storm cloud directly above Hebra Peak, but it's too turbulent for even the Rito to fly close. Only able to gaze up at the storm from below, the Rito are reminded of one of their oldest myths, the Stormwind Ark. The Ark has been part of Rito legend since before even the time of King Rauru. According to the story, the ancient Rito were once visited by a god who fell from the heavens, unable to return. This god was one of the Zonai, who once lived in a civilization above the clouds before settling on the surface. The Zonai stood atop a hill for days on end, longing to return to his home in the sky, but the Rito could not carry him there. They tried time after time, but none had wings strong enough to reach the islands in the heavens. The Zonai came up with a solution. The Rito gathered materials, and the Zonai used Ultra Hand to piece them together, creating a fleet of small flying ships. On this impossible armada, the Rito were able to climb into the heavens, above the clouds, to a world where floating islands dotted a clear blue sky. The Zonai was home. He rejoined his people far above the land, to where the Rito reluctantly returned. The Zonai sent a gift down to those who had helped him return home. the Stormwind Ark, a gigantic flying ship with many great oars, which move like wings and churn the air, creating strong winds for the Rito to glide on. Many years later, this ship was used as the Wind Temple, where the ancient Sage of Wind met Princess Zelda and agreed to prepare his race to fight the Demon King in the future. And so, the Stormwind Ark was not only the source of the strong winds around Rito Village, but the place in which the Rito Sage's secret stone was stored. The Ark eventually faded into legend, passed down in story and song for generations. Only Rito children still believe. Adults know better, and dismiss any sightings of a gigantic flying galleon as mere hearsay. That was until the Upheaval, when Ganondorf plagued the Rito with an eternal blizzard. They believe that something inside the storm is causing it, but none can fly high enough to investigate. Tulin, however, is an exception. He is the son of Tabor, the Rito warrior who had helped Link reach the divine beast Varmado during Breath of the Wild. In that game, Tulin was only a fledgling, but in the years since, has grown into an incredibly talented archer. His father has taken over the role of the village chief from Kennelly, and is forced to devote most of his attention to matters close to home. But Tulin is bold and confident. Despite his father's warnings, he desperately wants to help his people, and find a solution to the freezing blizzard that plagues them. Like Revali, the champion of Varmado, Tulin is able to control the wind around him, creating his own gusts of air on which to glide. Together with Link, he begins to climb the rising island chain up into the blistering Hebra skies, and discovers the truth behind the legend of his people. As the pair climb, a voice sounds out from the clouds above, a calling from the ancient Sage of Wind, who had promised Zelda in the distant past that their descendant would awaken to fight the Demon King. Tulin is this descendant. He is the warrior that his ancestor promised would rise to fight alongside Link. The pair leap across the sails of floating ships, dancing in the snowy sky, until they reach the Eye of the Storm, and are faced with the source of the blizzard, the legendary Stormwind Ark. Link and Tulin witness the puppet of Zelda walking across the Ark's deck, which contains a giant gate made from 6 segments. The Zelda clone vanishes, and a torrential gust of wind erupts from beneath the gate. Whatever is causing the blizzard must be found below it, but 5 of the 6 segments remain shut. The pair explore the skyship, using Tulin's power of wind to activate 5 locks, which, in turn, opens the gate. They return to the deck, and Link activates the gate mechanism, releasing the source of the blizzard, Kolgura. This frozen monstrosity is, in many ways, a successor to Molgura, the boss of the Wind Temple in the Wind Waker. Like its name suggests though, Kolgura is encased completely in ice, and can harness the wind and produce strong updrafts to keep itself aloft. It had been created by Ganondorf upon his resurrection, with the specific goal of harassing the Rito tribe and preventing the awakening of their sage, and the discovery of their secret stone. The beast is incredibly powerful, but so are Link and Tulin. Together, the pair duel Kolgura in the clouds, eventually destroying it and restoring peace to the Hebra region. On the deck of the Stormwind Ark, which now floats in calm skies, they discover the ancient Sage of Wind's secret stone, which thaws out of a pillar of ice. Like it had been when the sage first received it from Rauru in the Forgotten Temple, the stone is white and smooth, a blank canvas yet to react to the abilities of an owner. The Sage of Wind's spirit speaks to Link and Tulin, explaining the story of the Imprisoning War, and of his promise to Zelda. Tulin understands and accepts his destiny. He inherits his ancestors' secret stone, which reacts to his inner power and once again becomes a green stone of wind. Immediately, Tulin reveals that he possesses a new power. He can create a spiritual avatar of himself. Just like Zelda had done in the Temple of Time, he holds Link's hand and transfers this power to Raru's arm, marked by a ring on Link's little finger, and swears to fight alongside him against the darkness. Zelda's chosen knight had defended the Rito from Ganondorf's assault, and awakened the first of a new generation of sages to confront him. But his journey was only just beginning. Like he had done years earlier, when he had rescued Hyrule from the clutches of the Calamity, he sets his sights on the 3 remaining regions. Death Mountain, the home of the Gorons, cools significantly. The lava that had streamed down its rocky slopes dries up, and the volcano's peak is cloaked in an ominous cloud of gloom, and the Gorons themselves suffered a terrible fate. During Breath of the Wild, Link had travelled alongside Yonobo, the grandson of the champion Daruk, to divine beast Varudania, whose rampaging was causing violent eruptions, making mining the mountain difficult. Sometime after Link calmed the beast, the mountain fell dormant, opening up access to new caves and ore deposits on its rocky slopes. Yonobo founded Yonobo Co., a mining company, which became successful enough to effectively run Goron City. After the upheaval, however, Yonobo began receiving instructions from Ganondorf's puppet. It gave him a new mask which seized control of his mind, completely changing his personality. Gorons usually dine on a diet of rocks directly from the mountain, like the classic rock roast, but Yonobo Co. began to mine for marbled rock roast, which glows red with gloom. Gorons who consume marbled rock roast are literally stoned. They're lulled into a trance-like state, and their eyes glow an eerie purple. So by the time Link arrives on Death Mountain, most of the Gorons have been enslaved to this new food. They refuse to talk, work, or do anything other than sit and gorge themselves on the rock. Only the very young and very old are unaffected. They're unable to digest the new rock, but are too weak or too afraid to stop Yonobo's operation. Only Link is brave enough to confront him. He still recognizes the hero from their previous adventure, but the puppet of Zelda uses the mask to force him into a frenzy. Once the mask is broken, however, Yonobo returns to his former self. Everything that has happened since he put it on is remembered only as a blur. The Goron is shocked to see the red haze of gloom surrounding Death Mountain's peak, but the children aren't. They remember this happening during the upheaval. As soon as the castle rose into the air, the red mist began to choke the mountaintop. Yonobo had apparently gone to investigate, but when he returned, was wearing this mysterious mask, warning everyone to stay clear of the peak. The Goron and the Hylian embark on another journey together, to the summit of Death Mountain. Here, Puppet Zelda unleashes Moragia, a titanic beast of living rock, rising from the summit of the volcano. Moragia's name is similar to Volvagia, the dragon boss of the Fire Temple from Ocarina of Time, and sure enough, it takes the form of 3 dragon-like heads of stone. According to its Hyrule Compendium entry, its body is composed of boiling lava and hard rocks infused with gloom, which it holds together by drawing both heat and gloom power from the crater. By riding a Zonai plane that had fallen from the skies and conveniently landed on the mountain during the upheaval, Link and Yonobo destroy the 3 heads of Moragia, opening up the mountain's crater to reveal a gigantic chasm, a portal to the depths below the region. Like Tulin, Yonobo is the distant descendant of an ancient sage who calls out from the Fire Temple in the deep. Like the Stormwind Ark, the temple used by the ancient Goron sage is a sign of a close bond between his race and the Zonai, the forgotten city of Gorondia. This towering structure, built with Zonai stonework, was once the home of the Gorons in the distant past, but was abandoned and lost in myth. Legends tell of its advanced technology and strange vehicles, but none alive had seen it until Yunobo and Link enter, in pursuit of the puppet. Here they fight Marbled Gomer, the source of the Marbled Rock Roast, a fiery member of the Gomer family, quite similar to the Wind Waker's first boss. Yunobo's power can shatter its legs, leaving its vulnerable eye exposed to Link's blades. The pair destroy the monster, and Yunobo is awakened as the Sage of Fire. Zora's domain is plagued by the Sky Islands directly above it, the reappearance of the Water Temple, which was once the source of their pure water. However, Ganondorf's power has caused a toxic sludge to pour from these islands, sullying the domain's waters and injuring any Zora who comes into contact with it. At one point, the doppelganger of Zelda even attacked the Zora king Darifan, unleashing a sludge monster in an attempt on his life. Darifan had previously defended his domain from a guardian, so he of course was able to defeat the foe, but not before taking considerable damage from the toxic substance. He retreats to his secret spring, so that word does not spread of the fact that he was attacked by Hyrule's princess and cause panic. Darifan's son, Prince Sidon, is incredibly gifted with the ability to control water. This is apparently something that all Zora are able to do, to a certain extent, but Sidon's powers exceed all others. He is forced to almost single-handedly bear the brunt of the poisonous sludge raining down from the Water Temple, purifying it as quickly as he can to prevent any reaching the domain just below. At some point between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, Sidon had married Yona, a Zora who is, apparently, native to an entirely different domain somewhere else in the world. This means that there are more Zora found outside of Hyrule. This world is bigger than just this single country. Sidon holds back the sludge atop Ploymus Mountain, where Link had fought a Lynel in Breath of the Wild. Since then, it has been repurposed. A shrine has been constructed to honour Sidon's older sister, known as Mifa Court. The statue of the princess has been moved from the domain to here, replaced with one immortalising Sidon and Link's victory over Divine Beast Faruta. Prince Sidon is the descendant of the ancient Zora sage, and so he pieces together the mystery of the Sky Islands above his home with Link, eventually uncovering the ancient Zora waterworks and opening a waterfall that allows access to Wellspring Island, and the Water Temple itself. Again, this temple is the original source of Zora's domain's pure waters, a small group of floating platforms below 5 giant faucets. Since the upheaval and the re-emergence of the temple from the skies, it has become the home of Muktarok, a creation of Ganondorf and the creator of the toxic sludge, a creature related to the smaller Octoroks. Together, Link and Sidon destroy this creature, stopping the endless flow of poison. Sidon not only becomes the Sage of Water, but also Zora's domain's king. His father, concerned that he allowed himself to be hurt by a monster, believes it's time for him to pass the torch to his son. King Sidon is crowned, alongside his wife, Queen Yona. The air in the Gerudo Desert is choked by a sandstorm, and the ground itself gives way to quicksand and sinkholes. Worse still, the dead stalk the dunes. Gibdos, horrifying creatures somewhere between zombies and insects, force the Gerudo underground, where they shelter in an ancient bunker below the throne room. The source of the sandstorm and the Gibdos that hide in it is Queen Gibdo, a giant insect that whips the sand up into a storm with its wings. Together with Riju, the chief of the Gerudo, the same Vi who Link had subdued Varnaboris with during Breath of the Wild, Link uncovers the secret of the Lightning Temple from an ancient tablet beneath Gerudo Town, and the dungeon rises from the sands. It's a gigantic pyramid built by the Zonai and the Gerudo in the distant past. Aside from being the elemental temple of the ancient Sage of Lightning, we don't know anything about this place and what it was used for certain. Great statues of heroines stare down from the top, and tombs full of Gibdos lurk in the shadows. By defeating Queen Gibdo in the highest room of the dungeon, Link and Riju uncover the fourth secret stone, and the Gerudo chief swears to offer her support to Link as the new Sage of Lightning, vowing to use her powerful control of electricity against the Demon King. I mentioned in part 1 that the ancient sages all wear masks resembling the heads of the 4 Sheikah divine beasts, but their temples strengthen this connection. Each temple features an animal motif that matches the divine beasts. The Stormwind Ark of course features bird designs. The Fire Temple's boss chamber includes designs resembling Varudania's head. The Water Temple's faucets are shaped like elephants, and the Lightning Temple features camel designs, as well as the 6 eyes of Varnaboris. Much of the story of these ancient sages is still a mystery, but it seems that they were the inspiration for the divine beasts. After awakening the sages, Link returns to Lookout Landing, where Purah stands looking through the telescope at the castle. By rescuing the 4 regions from Ganondorf's creations, Link has started to rally the kingdom, to gather and mobilize its forces against the Upheaval. Members from each race can now be found at Lookout Landing, diligently preparing for the battle ahead. Purah looks through her telescope at the castle and spots Princess Zelda, standing amid a burning red sky. The plan changes. Link must now reach this floating citadel and uncover the truth of this Zelda clone. Finally, just as it had been during Breath of the Wild, Hyrule Castle was Link's target. He had previously learned from Zelda's diary, found in the house in Hateno Village, that she had arranged for a new and improved champion's tunic to be crafted for him, and hid it in a secret compartment in the castle's throne room. This is a little strange, as we saw Link wearing these new, improved champion's leathers at the very beginning of the game, where they were burned by Ganondorf's Gloom, but regardless, he lights 2 fires to unlock the chest, once again donning his iconic blue. In the ancient halls of the seat of the royal family, the fortress he had once stormed to purge Calamity Ganon from the land, Link finally corners the doppelganger. She uses her magic to create an illusion, to temporarily restore the castle's sanctum to its former glory. Fitting for the last thing Link will ever see. Above Zelda, a spectral image appears, the unmistakable form of Ganondorf, withered after his long imprisonment. The Demon King taunts and then reveals the truth. Zelda falls limp, hanging like a puppet on strings, then dissolves into gloom, which gathers and collects into the dark shape of Phantom Ganon, the Demon King's secret saboteur. Phantom Ganon has appeared numerous times before in the series, a ghost created by Ganondorf to do his bidding. This Phantom Ganon is apparently made from the Demon King's own flesh and blood. It's also very similar to the sage avatars that follow Link, which are projections of a sage's spirit made possible by the possession of a secret stone. Only Phantom Ganon is a blood red, to reflect Ganondorf's power of darkness and gloom. Echoing his battle with the Calamity, Link locks blades with the Phantom in the castle's throne room, destroying mirror images of the demon, dodging and parrying strikes from its Gloom weapons. Eventually, it falls. Ganondorf admits defeat, but not completely. Phantom Ganon explodes into a cluster of gloom, which then lunges towards Link in 4 great tendrils, exactly like those which had injured him beneath the castle. He braces for the impact, but this time he is not alone. The Spectre of Ganondorf is surprised that this group, each bearing a secret stone, does not recognize him, and muses that there must be limits to the knowledge that the stones impart. He claims that the sage's ancestors had only delayed his ascension, and as his secret stone of darkness glows, he shows a vision of the world as it was before Rauru founded Hyrule, the world he would create again. This world of chaos is exactly what Ganondorf wants to return to, a land that values and rewards power above all else, where fighting spirit, courage and vigor are essential for survival. He claims that the sages need only wait for his minions to sweep over the land, then vanishes, fading away into particles of gloom. The sages convene. This was the man the ancient sages had warned them about, who had nearly destroyed the world long ago. Riju notes, however, that he must not yet be at his full strength, otherwise none of them would still be alive. Hyrule Castle had proved to be a diversion, little more than the stopper on the seal forced upward when Ganondorf broke free. Once again, the heart of the kingdom was twisted into a symbol of his dominion over the land, but this time it was nothing more. The Demon King lay dormant beneath the ground, gathering his strength. The search for Ganondorf had begun. Ever since Link and Zelda had ventured below the castle to investigate the gloom, Hyrule had been a land without a ruler, desperately searching for any sign of its missing princess. And since the upheaval, there was hope. Reports of sightings of Zelda came in from all across the country, of the princess visiting stables and villages, even Hyrule Castle itself. But when Link, and the sages he had awakened from each of the 4 regions, had stormed the floating citadel, they had uncovered the truth. This was not Hyrule's princess, but Ganondorf himself, a phantom conjured by his power, designed to sabotage and manipulate Hyrule from the inside. Ganondorf's puppet had been responsible for all of the regional phenomena, and had appeared at Hyrule Castle specifically to lure Link into a trap. And this would have worked. Link would have once again fallen victim to the terrible gloom, were it not for the intervention of the sages. The mystery of the actual Princess Zelda's disappearance had only grown deeper, but the truth of the upheaval itself was now clear to everyone. It had been caused by the return of Ganondorf, the Demon King from the legend of the Imprisoning War. News of the Demon King's return spread like wildfire, printed on the front page of newspapers and muttered under the breath of stable owners. Link and the sages convene with Purah at Lookout Landing to form a plan. They are all now aware of the identity of Puppet Zelda, and that the real Zelda must have travelled somehow to the distant past, as when each of them had awakened as a sage, they had seen visions of the confrontation with Ganondorf, and of their predecessors talking to Princess Zelda. They know that Zelda had come up with a plan to defeat the Demon King, that they were destined to fight alongside Link now that he has returned in the present day. But other than that, they don't know anything about Ganondorf, his story or his goals, other than that he is bad news and super strong. Purah notices that when the sages told her of the visions they'd seen of the distant past, there had been 6 sages supporting King Rauru in the battle. Wind, fire, water, lightning, time, but also spirit, Minoru. Purah notes that each of the sages present had awoken at ancient ruins from the time of King Rauru, and guesses that Minoru might be found in a similar place. The group splits up to search for clues. Tulin, Yonobo, Sidon, and Riju return to their regions to hunt there, but Link instead heads towards the home of the Sheikah, Kakariko village. Ever since the Upheaval, Zelda's Zonai survey team had been investigating strange, ring-shaped ruins that had fallen directly on top of Kakariko village. During Breath of the Wild, the chief of Kakariko village had been Impa, a royal advisor to the king and queen before the Great Calamity. Like Purah and Robbie, by the time of the game, she is around 120 years old. The Sheikah are notably longer lived than Hylians, so even at this age she was able to serve as the village's chief, but at some point after the fall of Calamity Ganon, she decided to pass the torch to her granddaughter, Pyre. One day, Impa suddenly announced that Pyre would take over her duties, and instead began researching old books in the village. Pyre was blindsided by the announcement. She didn't yet feel ready for such a responsibility, and felt that her grandmother's chief's hat was too heavy for her head. When the upheaval happened and the ring ruins rained down on Kakariko, Impa suddenly announced that she planned to leave. Together with Kado, she packed her bags. Pyre pleaded for her to stay, but Impa insisted that an event like the upheaval was precisely the reason she must go. The new chief conceded and bid her grandmother farewell, but not before noticing something in her eyes that said she was embarking on some great mission. Pyre later looked through the books that Impa had been reading and discovered 11 strange symbols inside, symbols which she believes are related to Impa's quest. The books Impa had been reading concerned the geoglyphs, 11 symbols which had mysteriously appeared on Hyrule's surface since the upheaval. If viewed from high above, these giant symbols become clear, from the Master Sword to a secret stone or the Purah Pad. For this reason, Impa and Kado travel across the land in a hot air balloon given to them by Purah, providing them with the altitude necessary to properly study these markings. Each geoglyph makes use of many teardrop shapes, and these hold a secret. One teardrop contains a dragon's tear, a small circular pool. These dragon's tears are the spots where the light dragon's actual tears fell. Right after Zelda transformed, she shed memories of her time in the distant past that became embedded in the land at these sacred sites. When Link interacts with the pool, he experiences a vision, a memory from Zelda's time in the distant past. These dragon's tears then have existed for millennia. Ancient people found these sites, and they too experienced visions of Zelda's past. Impa claims that a passage found in old literature from Kakariko village describes this, and notes that a group of people in the distant past, possibly Sheikah themselves, marked these sites with images depicting what they saw in the visions. Interestingly, these ancient people must have also had some ability to control time. Link is only able to see the visions as the tears react to his recall ability. At some point, a chamber was built in the back of the Forgotten Temple to catalogue these glyphs, a great map of the kingdom, with each symbol marked on the walls surrounding it. We can tell that this chamber was built sometime after the construction of Hyrule Castle over the seal, as the castle is represented on the map. The room just before this was the very place where Rauru had planned Hyrule's defense, and granted the sages with the secret stones. And even now, thousands of years later, Link can find a stone marking Sonia's grave, where Rauru once grieved. Interestingly, Sonia's gravestone is surrounded by sundelion flowers, which grow on Sky Islands and can cure the effects of gloom. Perhaps the sundelion somehow represented Sonia, just like how the Silent Princess represents her direct descendant, Zelda, whose story is immortalized in the next room. For whatever reason, these geoglyphs weren't visible until after the upheaval. The recent events triggered something and caused them to appear. Ganondorf's return causing the appearance of the glyphs seems to have been a part of the plan of whoever created them. Pyre notes that Impa left Kakariko immediately after the upheaval, cryptically noting that times like these are exactly why she must leave. Just like Breath of the Wild, Link again ventures across the kingdom, piecing together a story from a distant age, bit by bit. Collecting the tears of a deity is a staple in the Zelda series. Link has previously collected sacred tears in Skyward Sword's Silent Realms and the light tears in Twilight Princess. A teardrop specifically containing information was seen in Breath of the Wild with the ancient Sheikah technology. If it was Impa's Sheikah ancestors who found the tears of the Light Dragon and created geoglyphs around them, perhaps this, in turn, inspired something about the tribe's symbols, just like how the ancient sages and their temples went on to inspire the designs of the Sheikah's divine beasts. Only after he's recovered all of the Dragon's Tears memories does Link uncover the truth about Princess Zelda. Upon seeing the final vision, the Light Dragon appears above Link, and from it falls a single tear, landing in the center of the Wrist Peninsula. This final dragon's tear is formed from Zelda's memory of becoming the Light Dragon, revealing to Link her terrible fate. As Link wakes from this final memory, the Light Dragon roars and circles above his head, and the hero finds the area where the tear fell full of Silent Princess flowers, Zelda's flowers. Not only does he now know the sinister identity of the princess that has appeared since the upheaval, he now knows the truth about the real princess's sacrifice. He has found his Zelda, but she is lost, trapped forever in a body not her own. But Link's quest must continue. He must find the fifth sage and bring the fight to the Demon King. After Impa had left Kakariko in search of the geoglyphs, Pyre had informed Pura of the ring ruins that had landed on her village, who claimed that Zonai ruins shaped like this are incredibly unusual. Pyre then contacted the Zonai survey team, who in turn travelled to the village to investigate. It was soon discovered that each ring contained stone slabs marked with Zonai text. Fascinating discoveries that were translated by Toro, head of the ZST. He learned that each described details about the ancient sages, the secret stones, and the Imprisoning War. A fifth ring ruin was found directly above Kakariko Village's north gate, ominously suspended in the air. But Ganondorf had sent his phantom saboteur to the Sheikah's hometown too. According to the villagers, Princess Zelda herself had travelled to Kakariko to inspect the ruins that had fallen there. She had ordered that the floating ruin was off limits, without expressing any concern for the well-being of the villagers. The ring ruins breathe new life into the Sheikah's hometown. Researchers and tourists alike pour into the village, having travelled from all corners of Hyrule to see, or even study, the mysterious relics from a forgotten civilization that have rained down on Kakariko. Dorian's youngest daughter, Coco, even set up a little shop selling ring garlands to celebrate this occasion. Dr. Calip, a researcher who originally lived in a hut near Fort Hateno before joining the ZST, is responsible for restricting access to the floating ring ruin, which he does with irritating efficiency. Only after destroying the Phantom in the castle and explaining the truth about Puppet Zelda to Pyre does Calip let up, allowing Link to ascend into the floating ruin and photograph the stone slab inside for Toro to translate. The head of the survey team isn't able to fully translate the slab, but what he can make out tells of Minoru and mentions a key hidden in the southeast. Finally, a clue to the location of the missing sage. Pyre, who had been learning how to translate Zonai script since the Upheaval, is able to contribute to Toro's translation, adding that the slab appears to mention the Dragon Land. She suggests that they search in the Farron region, a place connected with the ancient Zonai found in the southeast, known as the Zonai Ruins. Before the Upheaval and the emergence of the Sky Islands, this was the largest, and perhaps most mysterious, Zonai site left on Hyrule's surface. Great walls and statues are built along the winding Dracozu River, the serpentine shape of which inspired the ancient song called The Serpent's Jaws. The Zonai ruins were where the mystery of this lost tribe began in Breath of the Wild, and fittingly, it's where the mystery ends in Tears of the Kingdom. The Zonai survey team moves to the Farron region, and Pyre's translation is proven correct. Together with Calip and Toro, Link uncovers a sequence of ancient chambers containing the Charged Robes, a set once used in ancient rituals, presumably designed to worship Farosh, the lightning dragon who is often spotted in the skies directly above this region. The Zonai ruins in Farron are another location that appears to have changed since the Upheaval. New, taller dragon statues appear, built from the same smooth white stone as the Sky Islands, rather than the weathered stone of the rest of the surface ruins. Like the appearance of the islands themselves, and the emergence of the geoglyphs around the dragon's tears, it seems that Ganondorf's resurrection triggered a response from ancient Zonai sites, opening pathways for the hero that Zelda had promised. The Zonai ruins' new statues reveal their secret when struck by lightning. They disperse the eternal thunderstorm that cloak the islands above this region, allowing Link to make his way to Dragon Head Island and find Minoru's mask. This owl-shaped device was developed by Minoru in the distant past, seen here when she talks to Zelda. Somehow, it reacts to the presence of Minoru's spirit inside the Purapad, and the Sage of Spirit is able to speak. She guides Link first to the surface, and then into the endless depths below. Of course, Minoru had decided to join Zelda in her plan to reach the future. Instead of consuming her secret stone and draconifying, she instead transferred her spirit to the Purapad, which was guarded by a steward construct on the Great Sky Island until it was given to Link. Minoru had intended to awaken alongside Zelda's knight, but like with the 4 regional phenomena, Ganondorf had focused some of his power on stopping the re-emergence of the Sage of Spirit too. Link brings the mask to the Construct Factory, where Minoru once created machines to serve as vessels for her spirit. In the distant past, she had built a colossal construct here, and showed it to Zelda. It was so big and so powerful that the princess was able to ride on its shoulders like riding a horse. Minoru's original plan was to guide Link to this construct as soon as he received the Purapad. But there was a problem. When Ganondorf returned, he managed to seize control of Minoru's construct where it lay dormant, deep underground, just like he had seized control of the Guardians and Divine Beasts during the Great Calamity. Link is instead required to gather parts from the various storehouses to build Minoru a new body. A new giant mecha, like the one she had built and shown to Zelda in the distant past, and the ultimate weapon created by the Yiga clan. With the construct operational, Minoru guides him to the Spirit Temple just southeast, where she had hidden away her secret stone. The platform directly before the secret stone's chamber is soaked in gloom, and without warning, an electrified fence rises to trap Link and Minoru's construct inside. A platform opens in the floor, and from it leaps Minoru's forgotten project, the original construct, now possessed by a different spirit. Ganondorf's Gloom fuels it from within, twisting it into a savage killing machine. The most dangerous game of Rock'em Sock'em Robots begins, with Link and Minoru controlling the new construct and Ganondorf the seized construct. Both machines bring the pinnacle of Zonai engineering to bear against one another. Spiked balls and electric blades smash through ancient armor, and cannon fire shakes the subterranean temple. Eventually, though, Link and Minoru are victorious. The seized construct is destroyed, opening the way to the final secret stone. Minoru's spirit jumps out of the Pura Pad and floats towards the secret stone, which in turn jumps into the construct body Link had just created. The fifth sage was awakened. Minoru had returned to the battle after thousands of years. Minoru tells Link about the story of the Imprisoning War, of Zelda the Sage of Time, and of her sacrifice to empower the Master Sword. She explains that Zelda had given her a message to tell Link to speak to the Great Deku Tree and recover the Blade of Evil's Bane. It's unclear whether or not the Great Deku Tree existed in the time of King Rauru. It doesn't appear to be present in the same location here, or at least if it is, it didn't yet have such a giant spread of cherry blossom leaves. But we know that this Deku Tree is ancient and has watched over Hyrule for countless years. Regardless of whether or not it existed yet in the distant past, Zelda was somehow able to relay a message to the tree. Perhaps she spoke to it long after her draconification, communicating with the forest deity as the Light Dragon to inform it of her plan. But the Korok Forest, and its guardian, also suffered with the return of Ganondorf. A shadowy fog clouded the Lost Woods, and the Deku Tree itself suffered a curse. A splinter of Ganondorf's raw power tortured him from within, and the forest's Koroks were paralysed due to their father's condition. This is very similar to the Deku Tree's fate in Ocarina of Time, where Ganondorf cursed it with the parasitic Queen Goma, which also rotted the deity from the inside. But this time, Ganondorf took an even more direct approach. The Deku Tree's curse was Phantom Ganon, created from the Demon King's flesh and blood, just like the saboteur that had disguised itself as Zelda. Destroying this phantom restores the Deku Tree's vitality and returns the Korok Forest to a peaceful sanctuary. Now recovered, the Deku Tree can speak to Link for the first time since before the Upheaval, the time when Link and Zelda had travelled to the forest to retrieve the Master Sword. The Deku Tree notes that Link no longer has it, but claims that he can sense the blade in the head of the Light Dragon, where it has been for thousands of years. After healing the Deku Tree and learning of the Master Sword's fate, Link finds that the Light Dragon has lowered its altitude. Almost as if it knows that Link is searching for it, it begins to fly much closer to the surface, allowing the hero to jump from the heavens and land on its back, clinging to the Master Sword for dear life. The Light Dragon screams and writhes its body, trying to shake Link, like the very act of touching the blade causes it pain. It swings its head violently from side to side, but by this point, Link has recovered enough of his lost vitality to hold on, desperately, until the dragon subsides and glides silently higher and higher. After a flash of light, Link finds himself in a realm of golden skies. Only white clouds and sunbeams break up the heavenly space. The Light Dragon's hair uncoils from the blade, allowing Link to gently remove it. The blade that was broken shall return to Hyrule. A vision appears to Link of the princess, floating in a sea of white light, pouring her power into the blade. Interestingly, the back of her right hand glows with a bright golden light, and it's this light that flows into the sword, repairing it. When Zelda used her sealing powers in Breath of the Wild, it was represented by the mark of the Triforce appearing on her hand, and it seems like the same thing happens here, as she guides this sacred light directly into the sword that seals the darkness. The Master Sword itself has been transformed by its time with the Light Dragon. Though Zelda's power has restored the blade, the scars of Ganondorf's attack are still visible. It seems that the sword has also been imbued with ancient Zonai powers too. It reacts when its wielder uses the Zonai Fuse ability. Mysterious green symbols appear along the blade, and fused materials take on a ghostly green shade. Though she had succeeded in delivering the blade to Link, Zelda's sacrifice was permanent. She had become an eternal dragon, doomed to wander the skies forever. The Light Dragon drops Link off at the Temple of Time, then flies away without a word to continue her endless solitude. But Zelda had done it. Her last thoughts before she lost herself were of Link. She knew that he would arrive in the future and protect them all. And now, with the sages awakened again, a battle tens of thousands of years in the making could begin. Link and Purah convene for a final time at Lookout Landing. The hero informs her of the awakening of the Sage of Spirit and of the discovery of the Master Sword in the Light Dragon's head. This means that Zelda's plan from the distant past was almost complete. All that remained was finding Ganondorf himself. Purah suggests that Link not look on the surface or the skies above, but instead search below their feet, in the hellish depths below the ground. The depths are quite literally the underworld, a dark world that mirrors Hyrule above it. The depths are home to Pose, lost spirits of the dead who can be guided to the afterlife by bargainer statues, which are themselves dark reflections of the goddess statues found directly above them. The spirits of soldiers float above grave markers, offering up weapons. These are presumably soldiers who lost their lives to the Great Calamity 100 years ago, like these three, gathered directly underneath Castletown, which was at the heart of the Guardian assault. Monsters in the depths never sleep, with the obvious exception of the Hinox. They gather in groups and mine for Zonite, which they harvest for some unknown purpose. Pools of gloom stain the surface, crawling with giant dark roots, pulsing with Ganondorf's energy. Like veins, these dark roots are spread across the entire depths, but are focused on Ganondorf's lair, deep below the castle. This has been apparent since the very beginning of the game, of course. Link and Zelda both saw Ganondorf allow himself to fall into the black pit below where he had been imprisoned. So, following his own footsteps, Link begins his final descent into the bowels of the castle, to his kingdom's forgotten foundations. Directly below the floating castle is the Hyrule Castle Chasm, the pit that opened up when the citadel was thrust upwards when the seal broke. We can see here that the castle isn't actually levitating, but instead sits on a thin, tall pillar of ancient stone, marked with Zonai symbols. This stone column was directly connected to the platform Ganondorf had pushed upwards with his gloom after he awoke, forcibly moving the entire structure upwards. At the bottom of this great chasm are tunnels from the distant past, leading to old stone passageways and staircases built by the Hyruleans in a forgotten age. Eventually, Link reaches the very same tunnels he had explored with Zelda at the beginning of the game, before the princess had travelled to the past. We don't know exactly how Link and Zelda accessed these tunnels originally, only that a hidden staircase had been discovered during the investigation into the Gloom. Now, after the Upheaval, the Forgotten Foundation can only be accessed through the depths now that the castle has moved, so perhaps whatever route originally led here has been displaced or blocked off by the disturbance. The first time Link walked here, these tunnels had been eerily empty, save for a small group of keys, and were filled with a thin, wispy form of gloom. But now that the Demon King has awoken, his gloom has completely choked this place. It has gathered in pools on the floor and surrounds powerful monsters. With the Blade of Evil's Bane on his back, Link continues, deeper and deeper into where it all started. Ganondorf's aura grows stronger the further down Link delves, until the gloom is strong enough to break the spiritual connection Link and Raru's hand has with the sages. Their avatars cannot reach this deep. Link goes alone. Eventually, he reaches the Mural Chamber, where he and Zelda had discovered ancient depictions of Hyrule's earliest history, of the birth of the kingdom and the outbreak of the Imprisoning War. Now, equipped with explosives or blunt weapons, Link uncovers the blocked murals, and finds Zelda's journey in the past immortalized in stone, as it always had been. A short distance from the mural room is the imprisoning chamber itself, the cave in which Ganondorf had been held for millennia. Now, of course, the center of the chamber is missing. It had collapsed when Ganondorf broke free. Link has only one option: to continue his descent, to jump into the pit where Zelda had fallen. At the bottom is a cluster of rubble, Zonai stonework that had fallen from the imprisoning chamber above, now lying broken in pools of gloom. And this wasn't all that had fallen from above. On the floor, Link finds a single torch, the torch that Zelda had dropped when she fell. This was it. Link reaches the end of the cavern, where it opens up to reveal one final drop. Gloom's lair is the deepest point of the depths, close to 2,500 meters below the surface. It couldn't be further from the Light Dragon's golden skies far above the clouds. If the dark roots that pulse in the depths are veins, this is the heart. This is the point from which all of the roots have grown from. It's clear that this has happened since Ganondorf's awakening. Roots have burst through into the mural room since Link and Zelda first visited. Gloom flows like blood inside them, a rhythmic pull of dark energy down into the bottom of the depths. Ganondorf has the power to control darkness, and a secret stone to amplify this power. So perhaps these roots are a way in which he can feed on the darkness of the depths, absorbing the power of Hyrule's underworld to fuel his magic. Riju had been right. Ganondorf had returned, but was not yet at full strength. Gloom's lair seems to function as a cocoon to rebirth the Demon King into the present day, just like the cocoon of Calamity Ganon, which served the same purpose. In a dark reflection of Link's revival in the Shrine of Resurrection, inside the heart of Gloom's lair, Ganondorf's physical body rests on a platform, absorbing the gloom around him. He is unimaginably old, and after countless thousands of years of imprisonment, his powers have weakened. Which is to say, he was able to cripple Link and break the Master Sword with only a fraction of his true strength. But he was not yet prepared for Link. The hero lands on the Great Tree and is met by a host of monsters, summoned from flares of gloom. He steels himself and prepares for combat, but Link is not alone. The sages arrive at the 11th hour to join Hyrule's hero in the final battle. Tulin, the Sage of Wind, Yonobo, Sage of Fire, King Sidon, Sage of Water, and Riju, Sage of Lightning had journeyed into the depths to confront Ganondorf, alongside Minoru, the Sage of Spirit, housed within her newly built construct. In the distant past, Ganondorf had been confronted by an alliance of 7 warriors carrying secret stones: wind, fire, water, lightning, and spirit, but also Zelda as the Sage of Time and Rauru with his power of light. But in the present day, time and light are missing. Or are they? In the Temple of Time on the Great Sky Island, Link had touched a ghostly projection of Zelda's secret stone, and through her is able to use the power of recall to manipulate time. And the hero's right arm is not his own, it's Raru's right arm, now imbued with lights of blessing from shrines, purging the evil within it. Link carries with him the powers of both Zelda and Rauru, time and light. He is, in essence, 2 sages at once. Together, this group of 6 warriors echo the 7 that had battled the Demon King long ago. Ganondorf sends out wave after wave of his minions. Each spawns like the ones he had attacked Raru's Hyrule with. When this proves to be useless against the sages, he instead focuses his strength and summons his most powerful creations, the bosses with which he had tried to prevent the sages from finding their secret stones, that were previously slain with the help of the hero. But the sages don't need help anymore. They've already fought these monsters. Each of them has mastered their ability and harnessed a secret stone to amplify it. The sages recognize Ganondorf's plan to delay their attack, and each choose to stay outside of the lair itself, to fight off the resurrected bosses and buy Link time to confront the Demon King. Link leaves his friends behind and enters the Heart of Darkness, once again alone. The Demon King rests in the center of the tree-like structure, on a strange, spiked platform, like a dark reflection of the lotus bud flowers used by the Zonai in their architecture and symbolism. He sits with his legs crossed in the lotus position, meditating like the ancient Sheikah monks, drawing power to complete his resurrection. Ganondorf speaks. He is disappointed by Link and regrets that there is not a more worthy foe to oppose him. Just like how Link gathered light energy into his damaged arm, he gathers his gloom into an orb in his hand, then slams it into the ground. This creates a whirling storm of dark energy, like that which had surrounded him after he stole Sonia's secret stone. Ganondorf, the ancient king of the Gerudo, is reborn into Hyrule. Of course, this isn't Ganondorf's final form. His secret stone is firmly planted on his forehead, but he isn't yet using its full power to transform him into his demonic form. This could be because he is not yet at full strength, having only just rehydrated from his mummified form, But it's also possible that Ganondorf chooses to engage Link in his Gerudo form out of pride. Even without the Secret Stone, Ganondorf is an exceptionally powerful warrior, and he knows it. His worldview is shaped by power alone, and throughout the entire story, he has been dismissive of Link's strength. With only a fraction of his true power, Ganondorf had crippled the hero Rauru had promised, and shattered his legendary sword. Ganondorf respected Rauru, not as a king, but as a powerful warrior. In the castle, his spectre had mockingly congratulated Link for defeating Phantom Ganon, admitting that there might be more to him than the power Rauru had given him, but not much more. Link is not a worthy challenger for Ganondorf's right to rule, and so the Gerudo King faces him as a mortal. In the deepest, darkest corner of the depths, the duel begins. Ganondorf is a master of all forms of combat, and shapes dark weapons out of gloom. A blade, a spear, a club and a bow, all of which he uses with pinpoint accuracy and devastating power. Like any monster in the depths, Ganondorf's attacks not only deal direct damage, but wither their targets. The gloom breaks heart containers. The fight against Ganondorf is a straight fight, a major test of strength, two warriors, one against one. And like Link, Ganondorf is able to move faster than what should be possible, fast enough to dodge the hero's strikes in bullet time. Flurry Rush, and the ability to slow time while aiming, is implied to be part of why Link is considered such a powerful warrior. Daruk's training journal mentions how Link explains that when he focuses, it feels like time slows down around him. This skill is what has enabled him to take down countless monstrous foes, from moblins to Lynels to Calamity Ganon itself. But Ganondorf is different. He, too, is able to slow time around him to dodge the impossible. But Link is better. Like the Gerudo King, Link is a master of all types of weapons, a warrior of Herculean strength that has been broken and reforged twice over. And in his hands is the Master Sword, the sword that seals the darkness, the light that shines when all other lights go out, restored to its full strength and far beyond by drinking the sacred power of the Light Dragon for eons. The hero beats the Demon King in a straight fight, proving to Ganondorf that he is a worthy opponent, a true challenger to the Gerudo's claim that might makes right. The Demon King recoils, shocked that this mere mortal was able to stand against him. He admits that he had missed the thrill of battle, the blood surging through his veins, and that he is not yet nearing the limits of his power. His secret stone glows, and the symbol for darkness shines out. He transforms again, this time into the Demon King, the master of the Secret Stone, a warrior completely consumed and transformed by darkness. Ganondorf's Demon King form not only resembles Demise, the original Demon King whose story is told in Skyward Sword, but also Rauru. In many ways, Ganondorf is the polar opposite of this Zonai ruler, a king of darkness rather than a king of light. Before killing Sonia, Ganondorf had coveted the immense power that Rauru's Secret Stone granted him, and once he claimed his own, the form it changed him into closely mirrors Rauru. Ganondorf's Secret Stone is fastened to his forehead, exactly where Rauru's third eye, that which represents his enlightenment, is found. Like Rauru, he has long, flowing hair and horns on his forehead. It's as if Ganondorf's Secret Stone had allowed him to transform into something he had always wanted to be. a king of his own making, with enough power to overthrow the King of Light and remake the world as he saw fit, just as Rauru had done. The Demon King laughs and faces Link, vowing to take far more than his arm this time. The hero of Hyrule is trapped, sealed inside the heart of Gloom with a monster. He had managed to beat Ganondorf, the Gerudo King, in single combat, but now, with his secret stone unleashed, his power is overwhelming. This is the foe that had bested Rauru and his 6 sages. But Hyrule had been given a second chance. The ancient sages had failed to stop Ganondorf, but here, thousands of years later, a new generation has risen against him. Echoing the battle at the climax of the Imprisoning War, the sages join the fight alongside Link, just as Ganondorf summons phantom clones of himself from Gloom. The Secret Stone has amplified the Demon King's power to terrifying heights. He is impossibly fast and impossibly strong, able to focus his dark magic into Gloom projectiles that don't just disable Link's heart containers, but destroy them completely. This concentrated gloom is what had crippled Link and broken the Master Sword at the beginning of the game, and sure enough, it's able to tear through the hero's weapons and shields like paper. With one exception, the Master Sword. Though the Blade of Evil's Bane had been shattered by this gloom when Ganondorf broke free of the seal, it had since travelled to the distant past and spent thousands upon thousands of years in the head of the Light Dragon, absorbing Zelda's sacred power. Not only had the princess's sacrifice restored the blade, it had made it far stronger. Ganondorf's gloom can no longer touch it. The sword will instead reflect the darkness back at its master. Ganondorf's strength is directly countered by the sword that seals the darkness, whose blade reacts to the evil surrounding it and shines with a holy light. The Demon King dissolves his phantoms, gathering his gloom close to him, then throws it back out in a great wave, knocking the sages to the ground, too wounded to fight on. Ganondorf smiles and beckons Link towards him. Finally, he has met his match, someone with the strength to truly test him, an adversary worthy of his full strength. Again echoing the ancient battle, only one warrior remains on their feet to face the darkness. But where Rauru could only seal the Demon King, Link can defeat him. By himself, he fulfills Zelda's wish and protects them all. Severely wounded by the Master Sword, Ganondorf recoils, holding his chest where Raru's hand had once sealed him. Then, as if once again held by the King of Light's hand, he is forced downwards, bent backwards into the position Link and Zelda had found him in the imprisoning chamber. It's never made explicitly clear why Ganondorf regresses to this position when he's defeated. It's as if Link's strength, his arm which has been blessed by Raru's light, has reminded him of the seal that had held him for millennia. Ganondorf wasn't originally bent backwards like this. When Rauru had first imprisoned him, the Demon King stood relatively straight. But by the time that the seal broke, he had moved to the center of the chamber, folded completely backwards, like he was pinned by the power of the seal. And although he had been strong enough to break free from Raru's hold once the Calamity on the surface disturbed Hyrule Castle, we know that Ganondorf isn't yet at full strength. He was forced to gather gloom and bathe in its dark power deep underground to recover from thousands of years of petrification. Perhaps being defeated by a hero wielding Raru's arm was enough to force him back into this position, evidence of a deeper scar left by the seal on the Demon King. But he wasn't beaten yet. Ganondorf refuses to let a mere mortal stand in his way. He would give everything to destroy Link and grant himself the power to rule. And so, just like Princess Zelda, Ganondorf makes the ultimate sacrifice. He tears his secret stone from his forehead and swallows it, committing himself to an eternal existence as a dragon. The Demon King's eyes change as draconification begins. He laughs as gloom fills the chamber, eventually forming a serpent, just like the form of Calamity Ganon that once haunted the castle. The serpent snatches Link in its jaws, then smashes through the stone above, tunneling through the earth until it reaches the surface. From below the castle, the demon dragon emerges into Hyrule, a titanic dragon dwarfing all others, with jet black scales and a blood-red mane, and a jagged mess of horns crowning its head. Draconification wasn't Ganondorf's plan. This is a desperate attempt to ensure his victory. His self-imposed right to rule is based on his own strength. Now that Link has proven to be stronger, this is his final chance to gather enough power to dominate all opposition. His ideal world is that which existed before Rauru founded Hyrule and brought order to the land. A place of chaos, one that valued courage and fighting spirit, one where only the strongest would thrive. By sacrificing himself and becoming the demon dragon, Ganondorf can cast Hyrule into an eternal night. He would become, for all intents and purposes, a dark god, something powerful enough to ensure that the world is how he wants it to be, forever. But Zelda had done the same. Like Ganondorf, she had sacrificed everything to ensure that her kingdom was how she wanted it to be, a place of hope and order. This sacrifice had placed the Master Sword in Link's hands, and now the Light Dragon soars through the sky to join her knight in the final battle, a dance of dragons. Fittingly, Tears of the Kingdom ends in the sky. Like the two dragons in the game's logo, Link is caught between the Dragon of Light and the Dragon of Darkness in the climactic battle for Hyrule's future. He dives from the Light Dragon and lands on the Demon Dragon's back, where weak spots are exposed like red wounds along its spine. These weak spots are clusters of eyes, much like the Malice eyes that had proven to be weak spots with the Calamity, but these eyes are tinged with the gold and blue of a draconified eye, resembling Zelda's and Ganondorf's after swallowing their secret stones. The Demon Dragon is colossal, many times larger than the Light Dragon or Dinral, Naedra and Farosh. From its jaws, it spits gloom, deadly projectiles which the hero must weave through to reach his target. Eventually, Link destroys each of the Demon Dragon's weak spots, revealing the final target, Ganondorf's Secret Stone, embedded in the forehead of the Demon Dragon. This is different to how draconification worked for Zelda, who had swallowed her Secret Stone before clutching the Master Sword, which then became embedded in the Light Dragon's head. Ganondorf's Secret Stone becomes visible on the Demon Dragon only after all of his weak spots have been destroyed. Something about purging the evil that flows through it causes the stone to materialize despite having already been consumed. Regardless, it is this Secret Stone, Sonia's Secret Stone, that had allowed Ganondorf to become this monstrosity. It was this ancient relic, once brought to the surface by Raru's Sonai ancestors to bring peace and prosperity to the land, that now threatened to cast it into darkness. Link dives from dragon to dragon for the last time, and plunges the Master Sword into the Secret Stone, shattering it and bringing an end to the Demon Dragon. Ganondorf's story ends in failure. He stole Sonia's Secret Stone and became the embodiment of hatred, but never truly recovered from Raru's seal. Until he emerges from below the castle as the Demon Dragon, Ganondorf never leaves the depths in the present. He remains imprisoned in the underworld, gathering the strength to fully resurrect himself. Though he shows the sages visions of his goals, of the world he wants to create, he's stopped before this ever happens. Ganondorf's limitless hatred for the kingdom he was sealed beneath gave birth to the Calamity, a monster of pure rage which was able to terrorize Hyrule on the surface. But it's unclear if Ganondorf was aware of these calamities. He never mentions them and says to Rauru that thousands of years will pass in the blink of an eye when he is sealed, implying that, for him, he was unaware of anything that happened between the distant past and the present day. But despite this, Ganondorf and the calamities he created have been the greatest existential threat to the kingdom for as long as history has been recorded. Finally, thanks to the sacrifice of its princess, Hyrule is saved. At long last, it is free from the endless cycles of prosperity and ruin. Link watches from the Light Dragon as the Demon Dragon explodes. Suddenly, his right arm begins to glow, with the eerie green-blue lights that represent spirit energy. A flash of light transports him to an ethereal plane of endless clouds, tinged in green. He floats as if underwater, now shirtless, with the gigantic mass of the Light Dragon just below him. As if moving by itself, Link's right arm lifts and points towards the dragon, and a golden light encircles it, just like that which appears when he uses the recall power, like when he had sent the Master Sword to the distant past. And he's not alone. The spirit of King Rauru appears behind him, this time accompanied by his wife, Queen Sonia. This appears to be a sort of spiritual dimension, where ghosts of the long deceased can materialize before Link. Throughout his quest, he has received lights of blessing from shrines of light, structures built in the distant past by Rauru and Sonia, each decorated with a statue of the royal couple at the end. Link's spirit appears to be drawn into this dimension by his hand, the hand which has absorbed lights of blessing from these shrines. So, while Rauru and Sonia died long ago, their spirits survive through Link's arm, long enough to aid Zelda's chosen knight in one final act. Just like Sonia and Zelda had done during the defense of the Great Plateau, Sonia and Rauru channel their powers through another. The light pouring out of Link's hand envelops the dragon, and its body sparkles with a golden glow until the dragon is gone and only Zelda remains, floating in the sky of spirits. Incredibly, Link's arm has changed too. Raru's hand and brace has vanished, and the scars from the Gloom assault have healed. Sonia and Raru's spirits begin to fade. The couple hold hands one last time, then disappear entirely, their spirits finally at rest. In the distant past, Minoru had warned Zelda that the process of draconification was eternal, that there was no way for her to return to her original form after swallowing her secret stone. Yet here, Link, aided by the spirits of the ancient king and queen, is able to do just that. As if by magic, his hand is able to send forth a light that reverses an irreversible process. We're later told by Minoru's spirit that it was a combination of Raru's light powers and Sonia's time powers channeled through Link that was able to save the princess. But this solution doesn't make much sense. She herself admits that it's just a theory. Instead, it seems more likely that Link was able to use a more powerful form of recall, amplified by Sonia and Rauru, to reverse the Light Dragon's trajectory through time, to walk her spirit back through the ages until before she ever consumed the stone. This might also explain why Link's arm returns to normal too. It could of course be that now Ganondorf, the source of Gloom, is defeated and Rauru and Sonia's spirits have moved on, Link's arm is saved. But it could also be the case that it is simply reversed to a point in time before it was ever damaged. Either way, this entire spirit sequence is kept deliberately vague and left up to the player's interpretation. But the result is clear. Link wakes as if from a dream and finds himself upside down, mid-air, hurtling towards the surface. He looks around, then down, and spots Zelda, falling some distance below him. Link and Zelda's individual quests had begun at the same moment, when Link had failed to catch his princess, and she had fallen into darkness below the castle. He wouldn't fail again. Not this time. As a new day dawns in Hyrule, Link lays its princess down in the grass, and she opens her eyes, waking from a dream that lasted thousands of years. Her secret stone still hangs from her necklace, just as it had before she tore it free and swallowed it, which could support the idea that Link managed to recall her spirit back to before the draconification. She touches the secret stone and then realizes what has happened. The Master Sword had reached Link, and he had beaten the Demon King. Her plan had worked. She describes it as having been woken from a long dream by a warm, loving embrace. She doesn't really remember her time as the Light Dragon, though some part of her consciousness had been awake, enough to fight against the Demon Dragon. For millennia, she roamed above the clouds, but her memory from that time is fading. Tears of the Kingdom ends with a final cutscene on the platform behind the Great Sky Island's Temple of Time, where Link had sent the Master Sword back to Zelda. Link, Zelda, and the 4 elemental sages gather before Minoru. The Sage of Spirit, Raru's sister, leaves the construct body that Link had built for her, returning to her spirit form. With Ganondorf's defeat, Minoru admits that the present day no longer needs her. She knows that she can let her spirit move on to join Raru and Sonia, and the world will be safe in Zelda's hands. Just like the ancient king and queen, Minoru's spirit is scattered to the wind. Thousands of years ago, Zelda, along with Minoru and the ancient sages, had sworn their allegiance to Raru, the King of Light. They had sworn not only to save Hyrule from the immediate threat of the Demon King, but for it to see eternal peace, to defend it for all time. And now, in the present day, the new sages do the same, vowing to support Princess Zelda, the descendant of Raru and Sonia, and to protect her kingdom forever. Tears of the Kingdom ends on a very positive note. The evil that has threatened Hyrule since the founding of the kingdom has been destroyed, Zelda was saved from an eternal solitude as a dragon, and a new generation of sages have sworn to defend the land for all time. After Link and Zelda had destroyed Calamity Ganon at the end of Breath of the Wild, they spent the next few years rebuilding their kingdom, until the princess's disappearance and the upheaval once again threw Hyrule into turmoil. But with Ganondorf's defeat, the kingdom is completely free from its curse. Zelda and her chosen knight can lead Hyrule into a new age of prosperity, to finally fulfill Zelda's wish of restoring the land to its former glory and beyond. Thank you so much for watching this video. This 4-hour Zelda movie is stitched together from 4 previous videos on this channel, which were originally uploaded in 2023, the year of Tears of the Kingdom's launch, a lore recap for Breath of the Wild, and a 3-part story explained video for Tears of the Kingdom. I've never put as much into any videos as I did these ones, and although they're not perfect, I'm really proud of them. So I thought, why not remaster them and upload them together as one giant film to celebrate the launch of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom's Switch 2 versions. I really hope you enjoyed this, and if you're listening to this, thank you so much for sitting through so many hours of Zelda lore. I really appreciate it. If you like this video, consider leaving a like, and of course, subscribe if you want to see more Zelda content. Cheers guys, and I'll see you next time.